Good morning. Welcome, day 3. Unfortunately, the last day, but all good things have come to an end. So I very much welcome you again here in the big auditorium at Radialsystem, hoping that you had a very nice conference dinner last night, that whatever followed afterwards here in Berlin was good for you and you enjoyed it, and tomorrow morning's coffee was strong and you're ready for day number 3 now. Did you enjoy the conference dinner? Good. Thank you. I'll be happy to pass it on. And by the way, once you're on your way back in the afternoon or at the weekend, you are kindly asked to fill out this questionnaire. Maybe you have some ideas of improvement, how we can deliver even more in 2 years' time, when we'll go for safeND number 4 in October, by the way. Later on, we will announce the exact dates for 2027. So just let us know if there's something we can improve, what we can change, what we can add or leave away. Just give us a good response. Thank you very much. By the way, today we'll be closing at around 2 o'clock. We will supply you with a lunch, takeaway lunch, of course, so you will not leave the premises any hungry. But before that, we'll have the poster sessions and the workshops, seminars, lectures, whatever you would like to go for. Today's keynote, all in all, I think it's our 4th keynote, as far as I remember, during these last 3 days. We have a distinguished guest from Lüneburg as well. At Lüneburg, Leuphana University, she's honorary professor, and she's mainly working as a lawyer. You can suspect we're going to get legal now. I would like to welcome on stage Dörte Fouquet and give her the opportunity to talk about the legal framework on how to accompany the timely nuclear waste disposal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward.
Yeah. Oh, already there. Fine. Good morning, dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the lawyer here, as has been said. Nonetheless, I try not to be too boring and legalistic. I can give a short introduction, I suppose, just clicking somewhere. Just give me a hint where I can. So here, yeah. I have to make. Well, I told Jochen just now that I realized something horrible when I was preparing for this note, and I'm very honored to be able to talk to you, eminent scientists from the professions we really need on the ground today. That it is now. Next year is 50 years of Chernobyl, and it's 50 years since I work in the field of energy law, energy transition law, competition law, and the likes around this field, meaning working for renewable industry, but meaning also handling cases for governments, for companies, when it comes to access to funding and the question of nuclear power plants. So that is 50 years, is pretty old, so bear with me, but I'm still standing quite straight. I thought it should be easy with what I've seen. I just give you a nice talk. But then I saw the title, what's about the timeliness? It's a little bit like Harald Lesch said in his first note, you have to think a little bit differently. So I thought, what can I tell? What is hindering? What may be helping on this quest for finding nuclear waste repositories for a long, long time? Again, I concentrate on the friends and foes for nuclear energy, and you find here the a little bit of an executive summary in the beginning. I will focus a lot on the Euratom Treaty, because I see that as the major stumbling block to proceed in many aspects of nuclear and also of the final waste issue. And that brings me a lot during this little keynote to the questions of established criteria we have in our handling of industry in general, and that means that and to protection of environment, we have the polluter pays principle, we have sustainability, and under these headings, protection of the environment, we do have a lot of, meanwhile, a lot of directives and legislative acts, having learned from very bad experiences, accidents, Seveso, you are all too young to remember that, but there was a severe accident in Italy, and and I will focus on, is it continuing that nuclear have a specific role, and is that really helping, or is that prolonging some answers needed for your work also? So that is what I will be focusing on. And I also, in that case, I will concentrate also on the new wave of nuclear renaissance, of a certain greenwashing, etc. So we have the overview of reactor decommissioning from Michael, from the World Nuclear Industry Status Report. Michael Schneider is, for me, one of these scientific role models who brings facts on table so that then we can discuss from wherever you come. And this table has probably been quoted during the conference a lot of time, but the essence is we are a long way and we have a lot to close down, to decommission, and then find final repositories. We do have the precautionary principle, as I said, is laid down in our general European constitution, the EU treaty, and that is Article 191, that you have to act preventively in face of risks. And this article, as I said, is a backbone for a lot of legislation in Europe, has not found its way into Euratom. So the question is, what is Euratom? Without, in my view, and I will come to that then, without a thorough reform of the Euratom Treaty and the embracement of environment and democratic principles in primary and secondary nuclear legislation in Europe, it will be hard to really earn the necessary legal gold standard in democratic system and to earn confidence and trust and engagement of young citizens to care for the mammoth task of storing nuclear waste in deep geological structures and to be the first generation to safeguard and to translate the inherent obligation to the following generations. I think if we come to the first, and we are close in some countries like Finland, if we come to the first geological repository, there must be a special appreciation, and Harald Lesch pointed out to that in his keynote, of those people who will be caring for it, who will be, it's not a grail, but it should be a place of serenity, and it should be a place of wisdom and participatory democracy. So that's why I can only applaud, especially Germany, on its way under the Standortauswahlgesetz, so under our legal framework. We have this Euratom Treaty. It's one of our founding treaties, and we should not forget when it was done. It was more important for me to show the mood is the European Coal and Steel Treaty, because the time is after World War II still. It started, and after World War II, what was for a long time the case, and rightly so, was that, here people from Cologne, was that the area of the Rhineland was kept occupied by French troops in order to organize access to the coal and steel necessary to rebuild Europe in a way. And this we should not forget. So these were treaties, and in that respect, Euratom also is a little bit such a treaty in that sense to have, or it was meant to have access to the ores and to avoid conflicts. So that was the honest pathway, and then we had our European Economic Community Treaty. So try to get back to normal trade relations and even do that in a European way and not in a single country way. Actually, we were only a few member states at that time, as you know, there were the 6. But Euratom is the backbone of all, still the backbone of all directives and other instruments we have in Europe on the nuclear issues. I have made a comparison with the Stand AG, so the procedure in Germany, and key obligations, and I have reflected that with the main directive we have concerning waste handling in nuclear. It's Directive 2011/70, and there you have, when I have key obligations in the German law, is that we have you have learned that, you know it, the site selection process in 3 phases, safety for up to 1 million years, public participation. And then we were apparently a bit optimistic to say, after the very cross-partisan procedure to come to that legislation, we want to have a decision where to put the repository in Germany by 2031. I was part of an interdisciplinary research project for BASE, PASTA, and there the colleagues from ECO Institute and joint research came to the opinion that may be a bit optimistic. But what I'm very happy, I learned also authorities like BASE or like PGE, they are not always Siamese twins, so they have different approaches and opinions. But I like that they are here together, that they work together, and that they even put their heads around the question how you could propose accelerator mechanisms. That's a national way. But this pathway, you would not have been prescribed by the European directive. The directive says only you have to have independent authorities, you have national programs covering full life cycle, you have reporting every 3 years, ensure financial resources, public participation and safety standards. But there is very, very weak enforcement. And that brings me back to why is that the case? And we do have, we have there to think about why do we need Euratom, and why don't we do it all via our general treaty? Because all other energy sources are handled within the framework of the general treaty. Even coal, because the Coal and Steel Treaty, there was acknowledged that at one time you don't need this special mechanism for access to the ores. So that treaty has ended. It had an end day from the beginning in the treaty. This is not the case with Euratom. Euratom, if you want, I sometimes think it's like an eternal treaty, and I will reflect on that a little bit longer. The Euratom Treaty is pretty much sustainable and polluter pays agnostic. Sustainable development, I take the definition from the Brundtland report, and when you take this definition that you cannot burden you should not burden future generations, for me it's almost end of the debate when it comes to nuclear, because with the waste we are exactly doing that, for a time, philosophically, biologically, I don't know, and what other attributes I could give, impossible for us to realize. It's very difficult. So the EU tries in the and then we have something which happened in Europe. The Euratom Treaty basically since 1957, yeah, it's the year I was born, has not changed. I aged, the treaty aged, it became a fossil, but it never was modernized or was mirrored to any societal progress, environmental progress, not even to the acknowledgement that since the 80s we made a specific pathway for a liberalized energy market in Europe. At a time even when the energy market competence was not part of the European Treaty. That came later. But member states and the parliament said we have to come together to find an energy market in nations and then a joint energy market, and we base it on our exchange of goods and services articles in the general treaty. In all this, we had then several reform processes, which I will touch upon, but it has never touched, or it could never get through to Euratom. I come back with that. When you, for example, say in European industry law, and we will learn a little bit more about that. With European industry law, you have to have in the circular economy, which is the wanted achievement in Europe, a cradle-to-cradle approach. Also, you take a material, you use it, and then it has to become, that would be the gold standard, as I said, then the next cradle. As Ramana and others underline, fission creates radioactive substances which have not existed as material before. Some can never be recycled back, and the vast majority of radioactive substances can never be reused, but need to be buried anyway. That's your domain. I don't want to deviate further, but we as lawyers have to live with that fact. But what happened that we swallowed without demur that this biased or this crippled recycling approach in nuclear has never been mentioned in a European treaty in a coherent way. And so the Euratom Treaty, its main focus, I said here, its main focus is on promotion of research into nuclear energy, creations of conditions for the rapid establishment and growth of nuclear industry, uniform safety standards for the health of workers and the population, ensuring, as I said, regular supply of ores and nuclear fuels, whereas the European Supply Agency, which was established there, has never played a big role because the member states organize it directly, or their companies, ensuring the free movement of capital for investment of nuclear energy and naturally of jobs. That we had also in our economic treaty, and establishment of joint ventures in the industry. It was rarely used. One of the things where we have joint venture was the enrichment facilities, such as in Lingen in Germany. So I have said already that Euratom is agnostic, and what is much more important to say is Euratom, the European Parliament tried hard over the decades, but never achieved so far to be co-legislator under any Euratom legislation. They are only heard, but they cannot vote. And I think people do not know that. So it is only voted by the Council, that means the Member States, on proposal by the European Commission. Proposal only ever comes by the European Commission, also in our other treaties. This democratic deficit has often been tried, especially by Member States such as Austria and Luxembourg. And we had several constitutional reform processes, which I had the pleasure to work on during these phases, like 2002, 2004, then in the 9/10s, and then special things after Fukushima, and then around 2018, when the Commission wanted to give the voice for the people to the people and had a lot of fora to discuss the future of our constitution. But it never went through to Euratom. When we had, for example, the discussions in 2002, the Commission itself had issued an overall reform paper in order to become a European constitution, really, and not an economic community constitution. And Mr. Rodi, President Rodi at that time, he had issued or asked one person in the cabinet of the energy commissioner, that was François Lamoureux. I always fought with him when it came to nuclear, but he was a brilliant mind. Unfortunately, he passed away much too early. And he came up with an all-encompassing paper after the Greek myth. It was called Penelope. And there they had looked at Euratom, and they had said, actually, with the involvement we have in the Union Treaty, we could bring the most provisions of Euratom, some even do not need, because they have already an anchor in our treaty, like environment and so, or like safety. But others we can bring, we can then reform it within our European constitution, and then we would have had only one single treaty after European coal and steel had phased out. The president of the convention, which is a constitutional tool in Europe, who was heading the constitutional progress, was the former French president Giscard d'Estaing. And that gives you also one of the big reasons why it was not possible to reform Euratom at that time. The only thing which was then done was that it was kept as a single body, because kept alone, if you want, as a standalone treaty. You cannot find in the treaty, except two mentionings, the word waste. You only find it in, and only one which is relevant for the disposal of waste, and that's Article 37 under the chapter Health and Safety. This chapter lays down the rules, and Article 37 refers to plans for the disposal of radioactive waste and calling on the member states to notify, and then there's a scientific body who evaluate. We do that now day by day. When there is a dismantling, like EMS or so, it's submitted to the European Commission. And but beyond that, you do not find anything on pathways, on repository, or nothing, nada. And then you also have no detailed liability regime in Euratom. Article 98 only stipulates member states shall take all measures necessary to facilitate the conclusion of insurance contracts, etc. But this, and in the first a little bit amendments we had, but not really serious ones, but in the first version of this article was that the Commission should come up within 2 years with a proposal. We're still waiting. There has never been anything. After Fukushima, it was reignited, the debate on a liability. So you can say that Euratom also takes care that we don't have a full liability regime on the European level for nuclear responsibility. We have it in member states legislation. We have frontrunners there. Again, Austria, Luxembourg and Germany and others, but who ask for full responsibility, but that's more or less it. And I also would like to touch a little bit on the public money drain. That was my main work also as a lawyer, to try to intervene for companies, as I said, like renewable energy companies, for member states, when the Commission gave green light for state aid for new nuclear build. I started with the TVO case because there was a German Landesbank involved and in a special credit deal. And I continue with Hinkley Point, with Paksh, and so forth. So I have a certain knowledge of what always happens. And what happens is that, yes, the Commission that was in the beginning also questions if she would have the right even to look into the state aid decision. But then they said, okay, Euratom is lex specialis for everything which it regulates. If not, we can have the other instruments from the European Union Treaty, for example. And so they did the European Treaty approach and state aid evaluation, and then state aid is normally forbidden, but it can be authorized. And the authority for state aid in nuclear, they always said, that's Euratom. The first article, creating a mighty industry. So, game over. Okay, now we have a situation, last week, there was a very interesting decision on Paksh 2, Hungary by the European Court of Justice, big chamber, so the biggest authority we have, who annulled a decision on state aid on Paksh, and that is really exceptional. So I will read it in detail, but I don't want to bore with you with that. But this is really very, very important. So enforcement pathways, and I come to that. As I said, the 2011-70 directive, a good directive, based on Euratom, is not giving enough bite. Is giving good instruments, but if a member state doesn't want to do nice national waste programs, he can have an infringement that he has to do it, but he can drag its feet. On the other hand, you all, coming from, most of all from committed member states to get the house in order, you must also know you are on your own. You get research money. By the way, research money of the European Union in the beginning in energy was only for nuclear. A little bit for coal, but basically only for nuclear. And when we then get these questions on an internal energy market and the renewable sources came, what then happened that the title of the budget of research was then called NNE, non-nuclear energy. So they are an appendix to nuclear energy research. It's also something a bit philosophically strange. When we come to, so the long way of the directive, when we had this directive coming, it was already proposed on waste handling and safe waste handling in 2002 by the Commission. And then many member states immediately say, ne touche pas à mon pot, it's not your thing. It's not your turf, you have no authority, we do that ourselves. So they dragged their feet, and then the parliament, rightly so, said, wait a minute, this is more to be seen in general as an environmental issue, and we have the environmental article in the general treaty, so it should be co-decision procedure. Co-decision was refused by the European Court of Justice, and then it took until 2012 that we finally got this directive. I have said what it is about. And then we come to one thing which is important for me, the big difference between industry and industry when it comes to responsibility. Except for nuclear installations, the EU law requires waste streams and dismantling obligations to be integrated into the entire life cycle of industrial plants, not only at closure, but already at planning and permitting. The framework builds on the precautionary principle and sustainability obligations. The Industrial Emission Directive, which we have since 2010, excludes explicitly nuclear activities. The Waste Framework Directive, the general one, excludes explicitly radioactive waste. And Seveso 3 still excludes nuclear installation. Only Euratom and its legal pathways are applicable for that industry. In a normal licensing procedure, it would be impossible to get or to keep a license to operate and produce toxic waste without a proper waste management plan, including recycling, storage permits, and funding. This should be normal, but it is not normal in Euratom. We do not have in waste concerning nuclear waste proof of disposal facility before licensing. or it's still legal not to ask for it. And that is for me the point of no return, that I question the right to give licenses to new nuclear power stations or small modular reactor, and come to that. I will give you the slides later. I said that. So it's a gap here. Greenwashing. This is there is 2025 and not 20,205. President von der Leyen recently gave a keynote speech, one-year Draghi report, and she said there that Europe needs its own independent energy system, fair enough, and this should be based on renewable energy with nuclear as baseload. And she started this support for that idea some years back already. And now she even seems to ignore main provisions in our treaty, which said that the decision on the energy mix in a country is in the sovereignty of the country, that she is bragging about, and nuclear as baseload. And then we have the taxonomy regulation. Very briefly, this taxonomy regulation is an accountant assessment help for the corporate and social reporting of big investment firms, banks, and other finance institutions, or companies who invest in activities, and when they are green. So the good idea was to take from nature sciences the taxonomy structure to say when is something sustainable. It was discussed in the European Parliament because there are interests, if nuclear and fossil gas could be seen as sustainable, and it was rejected. And because it's a technical directive, the Commission has always the right for so-called delegated acts, meaning making it feasible, adjusting it to some progress, but cannot change the essence of because that's co-decision, that's up to the Parliament and to the Council. And the Commission did exactly that. They came with a delegated act and included nuclear and gas as being under certain conditions sustainable. And this is an argument I cannot, when I teach, it's difficult to judge it, you cannot digest it. There is the only good thing in that mess, and then the European Court just recently accepted the view of the Commission and gave her an extreme broad leeway. And the only thing which I find as a positive sign is that under this delegated act, it is now conditional to be certified as a green investment when there is waste handling progress. So this might be a legal chance to extend this asterisk, and also to say this must be for the whole lifetime, and this could be interesting to question state aid for new nuclear as well. But I don't know if the Commission was an oversight or if she is there very, very, very clever. So I will not go further in this because I want to, and there was also a member of parliament who tried to challenge this act also because he felt he was cut off of his rights as a member of parliament. In so far, I come very briefly to the myth of which is another part of nuclear renaissance. So we can say Madame President, then we can say taxonomy, and then the SMR debate is another puzzle in this renaissance play. Alison has talked much more and has written much more detailed why it's technical, not something which is helping or improving. So I will just say here now that we just get apparently different types of waste, but we do not get really harmless waste. So it's apparently difficult more for the structure and design options now created and discussed between you for the repository, what can how well be stored, if I make it very blunt. So we do have this packaging challenges. I said that. I only want briefly to say it's not that the public is completely helpless. We have been out of the debate, at least there where it is pertinent, not even our parliamentarians, as I have said, but it has been accepted via the question around the first lifetime extension of the Belgian power plants, which were accorded for Dole 2 and Tihange 2, which were accorded first without environmental impact assessment and transpondery. And there I worked for the government of North Rhine-Westphalia and Rhineland-Palatinate, who wanted to have this impact assessment on transpondery effects. And that was accepted. And there was a court decision. So at least that we can do, and we do it also. So you do it when you have now your search for sites. You have to inform, and you do inform your neighbor, and there are ways to work together. That's all done. And at the moment, for example, there was a transponder EIA for SMRs in Poland. So that just to tell you. I think, and for the question of time, we will not go into details, we might also learn from the climate litigations, which were quite successful in recent past, like I have here, and to use it as a template that the public and the youth could also question member states who drag their feet, question the Commission even. And there are some litigation cases which you could look into, and maybe some clever young people can take that up, or, as in Switzerland, it were old people in concern for the climate, as I said here. So there's a lot of failures which you could have breached under the European Human Rights Constitution, and so that could help to make a Commission and member states accountable. So in the end, I just wanted to appeal to you all to demand that we have to stop this closed-door mentality which has reigned nuclear for over 60 years now. It is impossible to continue to produce nuclear waste, new nuclear waste, in my view, without strict application of the end of life and of the safe repository, not only pathway, but in a certain planning ripeness, if I may say that, and that you have to insist on that. If you are in favor of new nuclear power or not, but you have to insist before anything. This has finally to be cleared. And law can help you, but I try to show you that we have a huge stumble block here. And in the end, before you go to your other meetings today, I would like to refer to another slide which I just gave to our colleagues, and that's. I grew up with somebody I liked a lot, the songs, no? Pete Seeger. Maybe some of you elder ones know Little Boxes or so. And Pete Seeger was an interesting person. He was a committed American folk singer, a trade unionist, and he was a social activist. And in 1945, he sang a song created by Vern Partlow, also a journalist, activist, and folk singer, Talking Atom, or Old Man Atom. And the lyrics that were blacklisted during the McCarthy era. The song was forbidden to be performed, and the singers, like the group Weavers, could not perform anything for quite some time because of this song. And then, naturally, because they were all supposed to be communists, that's clear. So for me, it was probably the first anti-nuclear song after World War II. And And I think if we have 5 minutes, we could listen into that. And by that, I thank you.
I'm gonna preach you a sermon about old man Adam. Now, I don't mean the Adam in the Bible, that. No, I don't mean the Adam Mother Eve made it. I mean that thing that science liberated. You know, Einstein said he was scared. If he's scared, boy, I'm scared. You know, life used to be such a simple joy. The cyclotron was a super toy. Folks got born, they'd work and marry, and Adam was a word in the dictionary. Then it happened. These science guys from every clime, they all pitched in with overtime. Before you knew it, the job was done. They'd hitched up the power of the doggone sun, put a harness on old Saul, splitting atoms right and left, while the diplomats were splitting hairs. Course the cartel crowd up and put on a show. They're gonna turn back the clock on the UNO, grab a corner on atoms and maybe extinguish every damn atom can't speak English. Down with foreign-born atoms. America for American atoms. Step right up, folks. Let's atomize world peace. But the Atoms International, in spite of hysteria, flourishes in Utah, also Siberia. The atom don't care about politics or who got what into whichever fix. All he wants to do is sit around and have his nucleus bombarded by neutrons. Yes, it's up to the people, 'cause the atom don't care. You can't fence him in, he's just like air. And whether you're white, black, red, or brown, the question is this when you boil it down: to be or not to be. That is...
He also sang, "This land is your land."
Yes.
This is your applause, once again, please. Stay a while.
Oh, sorry.
Stay a while. Thank you. And I think he also had inscribed in his guitar the famous phrase, "This is a fascist killing machine."
Right.
He got very famous with his inscription. But that's a different topic.
That's
Thank you for this input, legally and musically as well. Dörte Fouquet, thank you once again for your keynote. And now I'd like you to, if you feel like, and if you're curious, if you have open questions, please pass them on to us. Let me direct you the microphones from this side and that side. For example, to Carlo Dietl. Please go for the first question.
Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. And you may not know me, but all the rest may expect what I'm going to say now. I think we do not only have to look at the back end, so the nuclear waste we produce, we have also to think about the waste at the front end, and about the do no significant harm criteria which were defined. And we have to start incorporating mining and milling of uranium again into the EU taxonomy. They removed it, and I think it has to become part of it, and that's something we have to fight for also legally.
Yes.
That's what I ask you for.
I saw also one of the titles, exactly, I think it's you with the back end and bringing the back end to the front end, or how you call it. That's exactly what's the other meanness. And that's when we had Fukushima, there was shortly after, we had the German Commissioner Oettinger, who at least he did a good job in asking scientists in a stress test on the situation, what could happen if, and also they did some life cycle analysis. And it started then to have more and more life cycle analysis between different types of energy transformation. And the funny thing, and I think at that time it was Ecofis is now another. But they were asked, it was predefined which parts come into the life cycle analysis. And exactly, nuclear came up almost not much worse than photovoltaics. Yeah, it's not a joke, because mining and waste was not included. And this is, yeah, that gets me still a bit excited, even I've seen all. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question is from the lady over there. Maybe you can introduce yourself shortly.
Yes, Ulrike Feld, University of Vienna. I had this privilege to be once proud of my country when they stood up against the decision on the taxonomy, and I would like to ask you something, because what I found so interesting is you bake that decision to turn the nuclear green, in a way, into a finance law. And in my research, I did a couple of interviews with people who were involved in building this. And this was taken as the grand excuse that they do not guide money into, but they make it possible if people want it. Now, what has been preoccupying me, and in that sense, I would be interested in your vision as a lawyer also, is that we treat the nuclear still as a states thing.
Yeah.
But in Europe, we sit on each other in a way that it is not a national thing. If something goes really wrong, it goes wrong for all of us, and not just for one country or the other. And because it was turned into a financial question, I mean, even Germany agreed to it because they got in exchange the gas. And so it becomes this political financial dealing. So how to get out of the special position of the nuclear that we give to it, despite the fact that we cause harm, maybe not on our continent anymore, we go somewhere else to get the uranium, we treat with Russia, because Kazakhstan cannot produce the uranium we need for our plants, etc., and go bring it to Russia and bring it back, and then so we hide it behind that. So how can we break that up and turn that into a public, also a legal debate?
Yeah. So that's a very good question for a whole symposium. And maybe it should be done, because it's too little done also on these questions. I sometimes feel like the lonesome wolf. And it is Euratom, Euratom, Euratom. It has to go. And all the things around that you have expert groups where hardly anyone knows who is in that expert group. I do not belittle the expert group. I'm sure they are good people. You have the Joint Research Center who made a very bad job helping for the Taxonomy Delegated Act. And you have, as long as in law, sustainability and polluter's price principle in European law is not enshrined, then it's in the discretion of member states to do it or not to do it. And then comes these things. And what happened there for me is, I'm not sure even the nuclear proponents in the 50s or 60s would have gone that far the Commission went now. And then we come to what was said, I think you said it, Alison, the financial interests in this myth of Renaissance. When I see the damage Bill Gates did with his foundation in Brussels over the years for clean energy research, where the Commission had to puff up some million and he did, yeah, in equal terms, is that we let the Commission get dictated by one person's interest into a research program is for me end of any democratic and legal behavior. But to bring it out, that's why I really used you in a way to allude to Euratom, and that it's still necessary. You can read online. They have also translated. I made in 21 a big evaluation for the Austrian government, which is online in 2 languages. And I think for me it would be always great to continue this discussion, because I said, when one would come back again, which we don't do, at least it's not proven, maybe Putin thinks he can stay forever, but I would learn engineering and physics, that I would know about more what I'm talking about since decades.
Thank you. One more question? Please, then the final one for this morning. The gentleman in the middle. Please introduce
Thank you.
yourself.
My name is Ellie. I teach contemporary history at the University of Milan in Italy. I just would like to point out that I don't believe that the absence in the Euratom Treaty of provision about nuclear waste was an exception I believe it was rather the rule in the 1950s. Figure out that the Italian law in 1964 had no provision at all for the backhand and how to deal with waste. As far as I remember, I'm not particularly acquainted with the US Atomic Energy Act of 1954, but I remember that in the 1940s in the UK, the basic rationale was sea dumping. Yep. But it was a strategic choice rather than a matter of law. But just one final remark. It was pretty obvious that the Herald was against Euratom, since the Federation of German Industry was pretty much scared by a supposed dirigism on the part of the Euratom Commission as far as patents were concerned.
Yes.
So Monet was pretty aware about this. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. But I would not say that you would find anything on environment in the Carbon and Steel Treaty either, or on life cycle. That was other concepts. We had learned the hard way with industry accident. Yeah. When I read the reasoning on the taxonomy there, the delegated act, why not keep bringing asbestos back under certain confinement? Yeah, we have learned the hard way. When I was civil servant in Hamburg, it was the month of Chernobyl, I entered the service. And there we had the dioxin. We had Chernobyl, and it was raining, and we didn't know we had Chernobyl anyway. There was the Böhringer industry in Hamburg, a chemical factory. And it's the first time in environmental history in Germany that a ministry forbade further activity there because the ground was polluted. We will have until 2056, just for the side note, to drain everything. It's a huge industrial effort now to clean as much as you can, since the 80s, yeah? But in that case, Böhringer is paying also, still. So that's one thing. But what I wanted to say is, we had no environmental article in the General Economic Treaty either. There was the Article 235 for unforeseen things. That was then first the article to do environmental legislation, and then we got environmental treaty amendments. But Euratom didn't get it. That is my point. Euratom didn't get democracy, and it didn't get environment. And it didn't get a clear waste hierarchy. That's all.
Dr. Fouquet, thank you very much. Thank you for the music, and thank you for the keynote. Because you've been referencing the World Nuclear Industry Status Report, I just would like shortly to draw your attention upon the forthcoming Monday. The new World Nuclear Industry Status Report, which BASE, by the way, supports, will be presented in Rome. And it's live on a live stream. You can see it, you can join it. It will be next Monday morning. You can reference our website as well, by the way. Thank you for your attention. And now you're already moving. That's good. See you in your meetings, and see you later for the final plenary session. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. I would like to welcome you to our session, Sustainability-Related Challenges in Geological Disposal of Radioactive Waste, Source-to-Textual Perspective. Me, Gregor Schneider, and my colleague Anselm Tickemann from BG, we are the chair of the session. And we started a little bit later. So with regard to the tight timetable, without wasting any time, I would like to introduce, oh no, you would like to introduce our first presenter.
Yes, I welcome Cornelius Holdorf. You can come to the stage. Cornelius Holdorf holds a chair on heritage futures at Linnaeus University in Sweden. He's an archaeologist, and he's a famous practicer for heritage in theory, in practice, I think. And I know him from his international work, from the OECD NIA, from the expert group of awareness, preservation, and archiving. And I'm glad to have him here. Cornelius, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anselm, for the introduction. I understand that there was a little safety issue with my presentation, and that's why a little bit of the logo is not visible here, but the rest doesn't seem to be affected. Before I start my presentation, as Anselm said, I hold a UNESCO chair on heritage futures, but I also need to say here that I do not represent the views of UNESCO in my presentation, but this is my personal view that I'm presenting. Now let me, nothing happens. It doesn't move forward. Okay, I want to move it. Okay. Let me start with some terminology. And I first want to say a few words on this word term, culture, that is used commonly. Now, my definition of culture is like that. Culture is the continuously changing way in which humans make sense of the world, of themselves, and one another. So this is a very general definition in an anthropological sense. It is not particularly controversial, I should say. It just means that I'm not focusing, for example, on the distinction between culture and nature. That's a whole different discussion. And in the background, you see one cultural expression. Food is very important in culture, and this is how food is served at the visitor center in Olkiluoto in Finland at the repository site. And my background is in archaeology and heritage studies, and that's why I show also this picture here, which is Anta Capella de São Dinis in Portugal, and that is a megalithic prehistoric structure that became part of a Christian chapel in the 17th century. And it illustrates my point here that humans have often been reinterpreting their past, reusing their cultural heritage, and reimagining their futures in relation to the past. And that too is a very important part of culture. So this session is about sustainability, so let me say a few things about sustainability as well. The picture you've seen before, and it illustrates also that sustainability is the ability of a system or process to continue over time. And here you see two structures that are interlinked, that are both continuing over time. Now, how is that possible? How does continuity work? It requires resilience, which is another term that is being referred to frequently. What is resilience? Resilience is the capacity to adapt to change and develop. That's also a common definition of the term that is used, for example, by the Stockholm Resilience Center in Sweden. Now, as a consequence of that definition of resilience, you could conclude that sustainability is about change. That is the key of sustainability. So it's not just about conserving what we've got. It's not about keeping on in the same way that what we're doing, but it is about managing change in a satisfactory way. And this relation to change, of course, also now, given my definition of culture earlier, means that culture and heritage are both very relevant in that context, because they are about change and adaptation under very different circumstances over time. Now, how do these theoretical discussions, how do they relate to the future, the challenge that the sector is facing? And I'm drawing here on futures literacy. In the background here, you see Posiva's timeline, and I think that's similar in its genre to other nuclear implementers or regulators in a linear perception of how time proceeds and different events that are expected to happen at that time. Now, futures literacy challenges the thinking that lies behind it, and if you need a definition for that, it is the capability for thinking about a specific issue relating to the future. So it is a capability. It's not a set of knowledge, and it's something that affects how we see the time, how we see the future ahead of us. And futures literacy has 3 core dimensions. They're all equally important. The first one is that it is about becoming aware of our assumptions about the future. We all make assumptions about the future all the time, in all aspects of life, but that also applies to the specific case we're talking about here. Secondly, it is about learning to imagine multiple possible futures. It's not a given how the future will be. And if we look back, we see that it was completely unpredictable, our world today, even 100 years ago, and even more so if you look back further. So learning to imagine multiple possible futures also means allowing for change and diversity in the circumstances under which people live and how they think in the future. And as a consequence, this means that it is also about reframing our very issues and developing new strategies rather than the common ones that we've heard so many times. So this is the capability of futures literacy, which I believe is extremely important also to the nuclear waste sector and our long-term planning on sustainable and resilient nuclear waste management. And I should say that we've worked with this issue in the context of the NEA for a long time now, and there will be another futures literacy workshop held in Paris next year in June. And maybe that's open for additional people than the NEA members will have to see. So this is an issue we are working on. Right. Now, let's talk about the key implications of this thinking for our issues. So what do I take away from these different terms and notions that I've been talking about? What does it mean? What are the implications for the long-term communication regarding nuclear waste management? Well, first of all, the image you see, this is not often shown, but it is an interesting suggestion for a nuclear waste marker from Sébastien Noguera and employed by Andra a few years ago. And much about the discussion has been about direct communication between the present and the distant future. That is sort of the standard approach that has been taken for decades. But there are major problems with that, obviously. One is that we risk making today unwarranted assumptions about the future. It's full of assumptions that we're making. For example, the very notion of waste. This is something that we all understand and it makes sense to us, but it may not be a concept and certainly not in the context of the material we're dealing with in the future. At least we shouldn't take that for granted. It could also be seen in very different ways, and I'll show you examples later on. We also can't be sure that people will be curious in the future. Curiosity and how that is channeled in life is also something that is cultural specific. And certainly if you think about the curiosity about ancient messages that people may find in the future, maybe very very different than what we hope for and imagine today. And finally, whom are we addressing? I mean, when this discussion started in the 80s, it was all about future generations living a long time ahead from now. Well, for the past few years, I think we may also imagine AI, machines we're talking to. It's no longer fantasy, but it's one possible future that we may see ahead of us. So there are all these assumptions we are making. Secondly, the discussion tends to overlook the variability of knowledge systems and values over time. It's a much broader range of ways of making sense of the world than what we imagine in our context in the Western world today. And I can add that in other areas of policymaking, for example, regarding climate change, which we heard about a reference earlier on, this is well established. So they have a long-standing discussion about alternative knowledge systems and how they need to be considered and how they can actually benefit the adaptation to changed climate in the world. So I think we need something similar also in our issues. And finally, this means that we are failing to appreciate alternative futures, and that implies alternative future pasts. So it could be challenging much of what we are assuming today. So maybe the way we operate, to cite Andrew Sterling yesterday, maybe what we do today is the best we can do. But you know what's coming now? The question is it satisfactory? Is it appropriate to the challenge at hand? And of course, what is the alternative? And my alternative is not the same that Andrew Sterling was suggesting. Of course, we could just stop everything, and that is one option, but I'm suggesting something else, because I'm suggesting that we can actually do better. We can improve our thinking and our actions, and I want to give you some ideas of what this could involve. And the main idea is that maybe we have to learn how to work with change rather than against change. Maybe we need to embrace rather than prevent or minimize change. And that also means changing ways of perceiving the material we're dealing with and the means of communication and the audience we are talking to. Now, some of you may recognize this person on the slide. He's one of my nuclear heroes. That's James Accord, who lived between 1944 and 2011. He was a private individual with a nuclear license in the American, and he really demonstrated how different we can handle and look at nuclear waste material. And I'll tell you a little bit more about him in a little while. So the approach I'm advocating here in how to work with change is that I think we need to get better at facilitating indirect communication across long time periods. So that means it's a continuous process of reinterpreting and translating our messages, our knowledge, our information over time, because the context will also change. It will not make sense in the way that how we are practicing things at the moment, and we need to let people at regular intervals translate these messages. And that means we can expect a wide variety of different responses and understanding over time, very different from what we're used to today. And now we need to get back at James Accord, because how did he see nuclear radioactive material? He was an artist. He made art out of nuclear material, which he handled himself privately. And he had a studio where he could do that legally. And his key idea, there's a video on YouTube. If you Google his name, you find his presentation in Spain just a few years before he passed away. And he was interesting, and that's the key point, in nuclear material, because for him, transmutation is a form of alchemy. He saw that as a form of alchemy. It's not about making gold, but it's still about making or handling one material that shifts into something else. And that was the base of his art. And that's a thought that we can all understand, but nobody would take that seriously in the current legal or technical framework in which we're operating. So it's extremely fascinating how far he got with that idea and what he produced and how he makes his case in this presentation that you can all watch. So this means here's a framework that goes far beyond what BASE, for example, is tasked to do. This is beyond health and safety issues. This is beyond physics even, and it's beyond a focus on acceptance. Because here's an artist that, who has had his own agenda and produced something that falls within the realm of a mythical world of alchemy, as I said. So that's one implication, and that brings me to my conclusion here already. Now, this image shows me together with a nuclear safety worker. And my summary is this: a cultural perspective combined with futures literacy can empower decision makers to anticipate a range of possible futures and move beyond strategies that rely too heavily on present-day assumptions. So I agree with something else that Andrew Sterling was mentioning yesterday. I suggest that such a perspective generates modesty and indeed humility about our own knowledge and respect for the knowledge of others in a way that we're not used to in the nuclear sector. And it also means that this embraces change and therefore can contribute and support sustainability. Now, I do have an afterthought at this point, and that's my final slide, because there's something else I want to mention where nuclear waste is very powerful and where one could do something that hasn't been done before, at least not to the extent that I would like to see it. And that is far beyond safety. What else can nuclear waste mean in the present? Now, I work with UNESCO, and I participated last year in the Summit of the Future that the UN was organizing. You may have heard about it. And they passed a major document, the UN Pact for the Future. And one of the issues they are talking about is that humanity, in order to successfully address the challenges that humanity is faced with, and climate change is obviously one of them, but there are also other major challenges we're facing at the moment. In that context, they argue that humanity needs to get better at addressing the future. And we need to develop long-term thinking in a way that we haven't done before in the world. Politicians think at max 4 years ahead, businesses even less. And there are very few processes within which long-term planning is practiced. And actually, the nuclear waste sector is maybe the best example for a long-standing, very interdisciplinary, very successful also in some ways, a form of addressing long-term questions. Here we have discussions. There was a question yesterday on why do you mention 50,000 years ago and not 10,000 years ago? That this is even a distinction would be unthinkable in all other sectors, I would argue. This is the only sector where one actually has an understanding that it does mean something else, and it has different implications. So that's why I'm arguing here that radioactive waste management can strengthen long-term thinking in human culture generally, affecting people's knowledge, values, and behavior for the future. And maybe this is one of the most significant contributions of nuclear waste management for sustainability. So I hope that the sector can reach out to other agencies at the global level, but also nationally, and promote long-term thinking, because we have come further than any other sector in society. At least that's my claim. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Cornelius, for this great insight. Are there any questions? We have time for maybe one, maybe two questions. It's so bright here. No further questions? I cannot imagine this. Oh, there, finally, thank you. Right in the middle, on the...
Grit Ruland, Bauhaus University. So I really appreciated especially your last statement that it's also, so this discussion that we are holding may also contribute to more sustainability. And I just came out of a talk where it was an argument about the different disciplines and about respect and about respecting each other. So do you have any other thoughts on how we can handle this multidisciplinary approach, because it does not seem so easy all the time. Like I come from the arts, and here are natural scientists, social scientists, and we all have different approaches. And it's actually a great conference, and I have not seen so many different disciplines before. So this is really also a compliment to the organizers. But there seems some dissonance. There's nothing wrong about dissonance, let me stress this, but how can we, so do you have any more thoughts on how to work together on a multidisciplinary approach? Thank you.
Thanks. Good point you're raising, and I also agree that this is a successful format because I think to promote interdisciplinarity, we need to meet, we need to get to know each other, we need to talk to each other, which is what we're doing here. Because we use the different discourses, different terminology, we apply different methods, different things are supposed to be successful, science and different disciplines, and that only can be resolved when we meet each other, build trust between each other, and learn to understand these different frameworks and what they all have to offer to each of us. So I think the key is to have more places, more occasions like this one where we can get together and talk about the big challenges in the world. And the nuclear issue is one of them, but even that is not on its own, but relates to many other issues like climate change and so on. So I think this would be, this is really important. I hope that many of you go to many interdisciplinary conferences like this one and talk to people from other disciplines and make these connections and learn.
Okay, thank you, Cornelius, for your talk. Yeah, to move on, I would like, I will introduce our next speaker. It's Henriette Herzog from the Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety. And she will present the Austrian National Program for the Management of Radioactive Waste and its further development, including the aspect of public perception. So, Henriette, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm pleased to present today the development of a timeline for the safe disposal of the low and intermediate level waste in Austria. So, my name is Henriette Herzog, and I work at the Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety, short AGES, a One Health organization. Within AGES, I am a part of the Radiation Protection Division, and we are a TSO for the Federal Ministry. And we have a wide range of wide range in radiation protection. One is managing of the secretary of the advisory board, and that is the role I'm here today. So let me brief introduce you in the situation in Austria. When I was moving to Vienna, I found a postcard in a souvenir stand, and on this it was written, "If the world ends, move to Vienna because everything happens there 20 years later." It's a little bit of truth, especially when you're looking in the situation regarding final disposal. So Austria doesn't operate any nuclear power plants. We had one, we built one, but never put it into operation. And so Austria only generates low and intermediate level waste from research, medicine, industry, decommissioning of former research facilities. But the public and the political opinion are really strongly anti-nuclear and generally really skeptical about final disposal in general. So currently all of our waste are stored in an interim facility. We have around 2,500 cubic meters of short-lived waste and 15 cubic meters of long-lived waste. So you can see it here. It's nice stored and conditioned, but not prepared for a final disposal. And we need a long-term safe solution. In 2018, our National Program for Radioactive Waste Management was published based off the Euratom directive. But in this program, there doesn't any specific timelines or strategy or public participation. It's just saying it should be there. And a part of the implementing this program, the Austrian Board of Radioactive Waste Management was established 2021. So an interdisciplinary body that advises the federal government. At this time, also the secretary, me, was set in place. So we provide the technical expertise and the administrative support for this board. So the board consists of 20 members. It's interdisciplinary. It includes experts from different fields like geology, radiation protection, public participation, and also representatives from ministry and federal states and the civil society. And its task is to advise the federal government in matters relating to the search for finite disposal. The initial term of this board was 3 years and has been extended for 4 years until the end of this year. So we are really at the ending period. During this period, the board development recommendation on 4 key points. It's point 1, radioactive waste in Austria. So analyzing the current situation. The second is evaluating disposal options. So what can we do? Third is developing a framework for public participation. And the fourth point is creating a timeline for the disposal. And I will focus my presentation on the last point. So to developing for timeline, the advisory board asked us, the secretary, to prepare a draft. We discussed and redefined this draft together with the board over several rounds. And to start, and the requirements was as follows. The timeline has to be really generic and flexible because many key decisions, such as type of the repository or safety criteria and site selection procedure, are not yet made. But the repository and the process should be accepted by the public. So it was clear to include the public really from the beginning. Our goal was that the repository should be operating by 2045, because at this time the contract with the interim storage facility ends. Yeah, but so how did we did it? We and our partners conducted various studies on related topics like analyzing the legal framework. We examined the waste inventory in detail, what we have in Austria. We studied international experience and research. We are looking at different countries and learning from you, because even we are just looking for a low and intermediate level waste repository, but many steps are the same. And we can learn really a lot from other countries. We also reviewed timelines of comparable infrastructure projects in Austria to get an idea how long this process takes. And it became quickly clear that 2045, it's not really unrealistic. So therefore the board recommends extending the interim storage contract to allow time for the repository search. So now we have a generic timeline. It's dividing in 4 phases. First, the concept development until 2033, then the site search and selection, then the construction, and the last phase, the operation and closure of the facility, without any specific time. Each phase includes many milestone and work packages. So in the beginning, so phase 1 and 2 are really detailed, but in the end, it's less detailed because we didn't know what happens in the future. Yeah. So phase 1, the concept of disposal. In this phase, many key decisions are made. So the advisory board has already produced studies and legal framework on proposal of site and safety criteria. And this recommendation from the studies are given to the government, and the government has to make some initial decisions to have to start this process, particularly regarding the repository type or the public participation process. So that should be done by 2 years, so 2027. Afterwards, we have to adapt our national program. And because it's a really big adaptation, we have to undergo a strategic environmental assessment. And then we have to put some legal framework, so a disposal act should be in place by 2032. But the whole phase should be accompanied by public participation and information, especially to discuss with the public the key decisions on safety criteria and site selection procedure. When we have a legal framework, then we can begin to select a site. First, we want to select some candidate site by 2036, and then examine this one in detail. Each site will have a local advisory board on the public participation side, so additional to a national advisory board who is looking over the whole process. So the selection process will include strategic environmental assessment and extensive public engagement. By the end of the phase, we have hopefully a final site, and for the site, a safety case are demonstrated. So, yes. And when we have a site, we can start construction our disposal. So we just need some detailed planning and then the construction phase. But during this construction phase, we need an environmental impact assessment in Austria. And normally this one takes a really long time because many stakeholders are involved. So that's a long time of construction building. Yeah. After trial operation, waste emplacement can begin, and this is the official start of the disposal facility. So hopefully we start the emplacement by 2033. No, sorry. So, backwards, 2033, there are all waste stored in and the disposal can be closed. And the decommission of the surrounding facility can be done. After this, approximately 300 years monitoring phase is following, but this timeline are really uncertain because it's too much in the future and it regards too many decisions that I cannot predict here. Under our current law, a final environmental impact assessment should be required by the site when we want to fully release it of our license, so when we want a green field state. Yeah, and then the disposal facility is closed. But it's really in the future. We are now currently on the beginning of the phase 1. So many studies and discussion have made, and we have now a basis on where we stand and what we need. Our national disposal program was recently updated, also just 2 weeks ago, so it's really new. And now it's including a timeline and some these are key milestones I presented. And yeah, so the next steps for the next 2 years. First, we have the final report of the advisory board with a recommendation for the government. We will publish this next month, so in autumn. Then for the next 2 years, we have to finalize a generative safety analysis. We have to development as detailed site selection procedure, and we need some preliminary decision on a repository type and criteria. So, yeah. So there's still much work ahead, and I hope to return in 2 years and update it you. Yeah, I'm finished. So, thank you.
Thank you for your talk. We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Friederike Fries from Boku University. Thank you, Henriette, for your talk. So I'm a bit confused. Like, to my understanding, the recommendations by the advisory board, they were published last year. So still you have like 3 years for the government now to make the preliminary decision. Okay, I was wondering what is happening in this time. But then on the end you said, during this time you want to do like a generic safety analysis. How are you going to do a generic safety analysis if you don't know the type of the repository, neither the site? And my last question, the repository is supposed to be closed like 2082. What is going to happen with the waste which is produced afterwards? Is this also a consideration? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Yeah, it's really, you mentioned really big discussion points. So yes, we have some recommendation published last year. So and now, so from last year to this year, we have some details on the recommendation, and they are just reviewed. Some new are added. So the final recommendation set is published next month. So it's just some little bit more and more detailed. You mentioned the generic safety assessment. Yeah, it's really generic because we don't have a type. But it's a purpose for the safety criteria to show that the safety criteria are saved. So it's about discussing the proposed safety criteria and how we can take them and proving them. And the last question, sorry, is what happens with the waste upload? Yeah, I don't know yet, because we are ahead, we know this question, and our goal was we just have to developing a timeline for the waste till 45. And maybe we producing waste afterwards. Maybe we don't close the repository. We don't know it yet. Maybe there are some political decisions I cannot answer.
Thank you, Henriette. It's time for 1 more question. Okay. Okay, thank you, Henriette, it was really interesting for me to hear about the Austrian program, because in international level it is not so well known so far. Thank you, Henriette. Now I want to welcome Alisa she's a PhD student from Vienna University of Economics, and she's in the Department of Sociology and Social Science Research, and she will tell us something about the unknowing in our field and the role of unknowing in our field. And Alisa, thank you. Your floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. I'm a doctoral student at Vienna University of Economics and Business, and I'm a social scientist which means I am less interested in whether something is objectively correct or wrong, or something is known or unknown, but I'm interested in what are the social processes that lead a specific social group or society in general to the assumption of something being known or unknown. Yes, so my sociological focus or standpoint is social constructionism, which means I follow the assumption that we have a socio-technical construction of reality, that knowledge and also non-knowledge, as you will see in a minute, is context-dependent. Language is a key factor in creating this reality. And I'm focusing on social processes of institutionalization and legitimization, how they are producing and stabilizing interpretations of meaning. And why am I interested in the site selection procedure in Germany? I mean, of course, first of all, because it's an unprecedented challenge that we have globally, because I would say it's fair to say the ambition is high, especially in Germany, to find a safe repository for 1 million years. And because there were some decisions and some debates that I observed that just gained my interest, which was, first of all, the time delay of the decision, so moving the final decision from 2031 to 2046, and now we're even talking about the 70s. Also some discussions and debates about temperature limits, reassessment of seismic activity, so in general, changes in scientific standards that led to procedural adjustments. And of course, comparing the site selection in Germany to site selections that we also heard of the last 2 days in Switzerland, Finland, Sweden, or France, for example, I would say the site selection process in Germany is very special and worth to take a look at from my perspective. So the research question of the paper I'm presenting today was, how do specific interpretation of ignorance influence the implementation of the site selection procedure in Germany? And I want to walk you through this by first giving an idea of my theoretical framework, so how I am conceptualizing the phenomenon of ignorance, then showing my empirical results, so what interpretations of unknowns I could find and reconstruct and analyze in the German site selection procedure, and then place my argument and give you an idea of what I think the contribution of my research project was, or is, hopefully. So how to conceptualize the phenomenon of ignorance. The sociological term of ignorance is pointing to the borders and limits of knowing, basically. So it's challenging the idea of a linear knowledge accumulation. So often these terms like non-knowledge and unknowns are associated with specific knowledge gaps, but this, coming from the social constructionist perspective, ignorance is conceptualized as a constellation of knowledge, so this might sound counterintuitive, that it's part of our knowledge, how we talk about, how we think about what we don't know, what we're expecting of what we don't know. This opens, of course, a window for various forms and functions of not knowing. So this also has a political dimension. Peter Wehling and Matthias Groß, for example, argue that ignorance can be intentionally or unintentionally be strategically produced, maintained, used, or used for mobilization, especially in governing processes, which is why I think it's important to talk about this regarding the site selection. And not knowing always opens a window for being interpreted as resource, as opportunity, as danger, and so on. And you may be familiar with this often referred to as Ramsfield matrix, where different kinds of or classifications of knowns and unknowns are identified. So we do have, for example, the known unknowns. So this would be like the specific knowledge gaps we're talking about, or unknown unknowns, so like blind spots and something we can only perceive in retrospective. And maybe from your own experience, it becomes very clear that these categories are helpful to just define or just have an idea that we do have different kinds of unknowns, but in reality and from your own experience, maybe you can say they're different, or there are some gray areas in between, and it's not that easy to just classify, well, I know something or I don't know something. And this is why I used another conceptualization to reconstruct unknowns in the site selection procedure, which is suggested by Peter Wehling, and these are 3 dimensions. And first we have the dimension of knowledge. So the guiding question here is what and how much to know about the unknown. So known unknowns and unknown unknowns, but there are some things in between its spectrum. Also intentionality, so whether and to what degree the unknown can be attributed to the actions or omissions of social actors. So is it something that is intentionally rejected or ignored, or is it unintended that we don't know something? And last but not least, and I think looking at the time as a safety factor element from this conference, the temporality of unknowns. So whether and in which periods of time unknowns can be presumably or are expected to be transformed into knowledge. So we have something that we don't know yet, or are we talking about something that we can't even, or not even expecting to transform it into knowns in the future? And this is what I used as a first attempt to look at interpretations of unknowns in the site selection procedure. And very quickly about my methods, so I did a discourse analysis. I used the sociology of knowledge approach to discourse by Keller, which is following the social constructionism idea that ideas about the world, like knowledge and ignorance in my case, are socially constituted, or I would add socio-technically constituted. It's using a lot of grounded theory methods or elements, so I did a lot of coding, used the principle of contrasting, and the aim was to reconstruct interpretations of unknowns, like identifying patterns of interpretations, phenomenon structures, narratives, classifications of unknowns that I could find in the site selection procedure. And one very important step in doing a discourse analysis is to define your discourse. And my discourse, or I decided to look at the political, as I called it, political and legal implementation of the Repository Site Selection Act. So I mainly looked at documents from BASE, from BGE, looked at the Site Selection Act itself, the final report of Bundestag's Commission on the Storage of High-Level Radioactive Waste, which was like a main foundation of formulating the Act, the interim report, statements and reports, especially on the postponement, because this was a decision I was interested in. And this is what are the borders of my discourse. This becomes a bit relevant in the end. And this brings me to my results. So I identified 3 paradoxes that I want to discuss with you regarding unknowns in the site selection procedure, which is first a spatial dimension, conflicting temporalities regarding unknowns, and aims and limits of reduction. And I want to show this to you by giving you an insight of how I find conflicting interpretations of unknowns in the Site Selection Act and how they create these 3 paradoxes. And I think these 3 paradoxes are mainly significant in shaping the site selection procedure regarding unknowns. The first one is the spatial dimension. So one statement from the Site Selection Act is that the repository system means the system that ensures the safe containment of radioactive waste through the interaction of the various components. So this is what I refer to as repository system internal unknowns. So it's like part of the various components are the repository mine, its geological, technical barriers and of the repository system, safety relevant geotechnical barriers of the environment. And on the other hand side, the Site Selection Act also argues that this repository system ensures the best possible safety for the long-term protection of humans and the environment. This includes also avoiding undue burdens and obligations for future generations. And this is what I refer to as repository system external unknowns. So unknowns regarding interim storage, for example, lots of things we're discussing these days, future generations, financing, climate change. And these are hardly taken into account as real components of the repository system, but they are included in the Site Selection Act. So we have 2 different kinds of interpretations of unknowns. And as you can see here, we have this system of the repository system with clear components, and they create relevance regarding the Site Selection Act. And it's not really regulated how system external unknowns are dealt with, although they're mentioned in the Site Selection Act. The second paradox is about temporalities, which I think is one of the most important ones. So I want to refer to Luhmann. In general, we're talking about procedural or regulative procedures. saying that it is precisely the absorption of uncertainty through selective steps that constitutes the purpose of the procedure. So a legally binding procedure always depends on limiting future possibilities in order to produce a decision. So we have the temporal stability of unknowns, looking at the procedural, or looking at the regulative procedural. So we have a linear logic of the procedure. The aim is a final decision. We also have this term of Endlage, which also proposes, for example, of course, something final. And this seeks for temporally fixed interpretations of knowns and unknowns. And on the other hand side, the repository system safety is to be assessed in accordance with the state of the art in science and technology. So we have the science-based legitimation of the procedure, and science, as we all know, always demands for revision and change of interpretations of knowns and unknowns. So we have a temporal instability of unknowns inside of the Site Selection Act as well. So we have on the one side this linear logic of the site selection procedure, which has inside of it the legitimation of being a science-based, which in his nature has this ongoing process of simply saying producing knowns and unknowns. And there's always the window or the opportunity for re-examination within the procedure, and I think this is why the decision for postponing the final decision is very important to look at, because it's not just staying in contrast, but it seems like the science-based legitimation is undermining the linear procedure. And the third paradox are aims and limits of reduction. This is very closely connected to the temporal dimension, and I'm referring here to the safety analysis of BGE, that on the one hand side, unknowns are lack of certainty and or information to describe the repository system and thus to assess possible negative consequences. So we are understanding unknowns here as an incomplete knowledge, something that can be identified, categorized, or the effects of unknowns can be calculated and measured. And on the other hand side, it is acknowledged that key questions are whether certain unknowns can be reduced at all and what are the benefits of reducing them. So we have also acknowledged that unknowns, or the reduction of unknowns do have limits, that unknowns have a self-evolving character through time, that it can be a long-term disruptive factor, as Latour would say, even actor in the decision-making procedure. And following this, it is hardly, there's the question of how to reach the state of knowing enough, having these two interpretations of unknowns conflicting. And this brings me to my argument, where I would sum it up as we do have the procedure having a linear logic, aiming for limited interpretations of unknowns, being temporally and spatially stable. And on the other hand side, we do have my perspective of social constructionism, the limits of unknowns stay in contrast with the conditions of socio-technical constitution of ignorance, also the experience maybe that we do that we can't even reach the state of knowing enough, and that these limits must always be socially assumed. And what we do see with these few paradoxes is that regarding the site selection procedure, there's no clear line drawn between knowns, not yet knowns, and the unknowable, especially regarding temporal dimension. And in the political and legal implementation, the socially assumed limits of unknowns are science-based. And this, in my opinion, paradoxically, can lead the procedure to infinity. What we may already see, I mean, this is a bit provocative maybe, but we may already see with the postponement of the final decision. But it's important for me to talk about limits because I know we're talking a lot about all of these questions and about these different kinds of unknowns here in other participatory rooms, and I mean, there are lots of like Forum Endlagesuche, the Nationales Begleitgremium, and I, as I said, focused on the political and legal implementation. So this is absolutely a limitation of my studies, and the costs of the time delay, for example, in the extended discourse are discussed, like interim storage financing and so on, but it's, in my opinion, unclear how these debates of political and normative weighing and prioritizing of different forms of unknowns can and will be implemented in the site selection procedure because they're not regulated in the Site Selection Act. And this brings me to my final contribution. And I think what I mainly want to say here is that ideas and aims for the future are configured in a particular set of present, and especially areas of ignorance offer potential for political and social negotiation. Ignorance is not a lack of knowledge, not only a lack of knowledge. It's socially and socio-technically constructed, it's stabilized, and it's a political phenomenon that can shape the decision-making procedure. And I think the relevant question of how to make decisions despite ignorance is also ask the question, what, how, and why specific forms of unknowns are taken into account. And yeah, I think this is referring to the point that Klaus-Jürgen Röhlig also said on Wednesday. We can't just think about putting scientific or any information in the procedure and the site selection will come out, but it's a political decision to decide and weigh these different kinds of knowns and unknowns. Yeah, and this is what I want to close, and thanks for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Elisa, for this detailed overview on your research regarding ignorance with regard to the site selection process. We have time for some questions. Are there any questions? Dev.
Thank you. Very nice talk, thank you. To me, the question of site selection needs to have an inbuilt acceptance of unknown. That means right now there's too often things we need to solve this and this questions. We need also to accept that at some place we will not be able to solve all questions because they are bound to infinity. So at some place we need to have a cutoff, and science is based like this. Science works with unknown from day to day, and they accept unknowns, and there are even unknowns which did not exist at some time. Yeah, take for example the boson of Higgs. 100 years ago nobody would even know that there is an unknown in this area until somebody developed the boson of Higgs, and suddenly you need to know the mass and whatsoever. So we need to accept unknowns to a certain degree, and in the political debate also we should not claim that we will be able to understand everything.
Was this a comment or, yeah?
Are there further, would you like to respond or to reply?
No, I mean, I totally agree, yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's a political debate, a political decision that we just have to make at some point, yeah.
Okay, further questions? If not, so we can release you. Thank you again for your talk. And our next speaker is Oliver Streeter. He's professor at University of Kassel. And his presentation will outline which requirements the different actors of the site selection process need to fulfill with respect to human reliability and organizational safety. So, Oliver, happy to hear, and feel free to start.
Yeah, thanks for the nice introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I like to talk a little bit on the human element in our site selection process. So we are many, many people in different organizations, different actors involved in this in the search process in the German site selection. And if you talk about humans, you talk about the management of the process. I do this presentation together with Lisa Seidel. Lisa is probably known by most of you, and also with Nadine Schmidt and Fabian Fritsch, who is a fellow of mine and worked in the Urs cluster of the BGE colleague. Well, how can I do this? This one, thanks. So I have 3 messages I want to share with you, and then I want to conclude how, on the current situation that we have, in particular to the motto of this conference, time as a safety factor. So first of all, I want to talk about safety as the absence of danger. That is what basically is the definition of safety. We all witnessed this summer a bad event in Lisbon. Maybe some of you made a vacation in Portugal those days. And since many, many years, this tram was working properly, and suddenly there was a really bad accident. This is what you see in the public. So things go well for years, and then suddenly an accident happens, and everybody says, oh, how terrible, how could that happen? If you look at that from the safety science, basically there is a logic behind each of these accidents, whether it's a tram, whether it's an aircraft, whether it's a rail, or whether it's some final disposal like ASSE, for instance. If you look on that from the safety point of view, David Woods, one of the most renowned person in analyzing severe accidents, like Challenger and other things, he made a concept that we call drift into failure, that is determining how systems, organizations fail into bad scenarios. And he defined 5 stages that are relevant for such an understanding of a failure. The first one is a trade-off is decided in the wrong way. So, for instance, costs versus safety in the Boeing accident 737 MAX. There was time versus safety, so very similar to the motto of this conference in the Challenger event. But we also have time in 2 directions. We can be too early or we can be too late. Both are possible scenarios. So this trade-off is handled between different organizations. We come to a decision, and then there is a psychologically interesting phenomenon that we are overconfident in our decision that we went the right way. And even if there is a bad hint that something is not happening as we have expected, the organizations do not adapt to the system, what we call anchor bias. And after this anchor bias, basically, from the psychological point of view, you have a certain dynamic that the organizations are departing each other, are no more talking properly with each other, do not questioning their decisions, and so on. And then basically the failure happens. These 5 stages you can observe in any severe scenario. I showed this slide already 2017 to the Radioactive Commission. And based on these 5 stages, we also came to the site selection criteria to be transparent, to be science-based, and to have a questioning attitude in our search selection process. Why is it so important? So there is a switching point in the 5 stages based on the biases. Once you have passed the anchor bias, basically the accident is going to happen, though maybe you have still 5 or 10 years to go, but the accident actually will happen because of the dynamics in the organizations. So you can manage the first phases. The last phases, you can only mitigate the effect of a failure. So let's look at the biases. Biases is a property of us humans. So we have all biases in our thinking, in our handling, in our decision making. Biases are unconscious cognitive appraisals of persons or groups. So persons or groups are not even aware that they have a bias towards a certain opinion. And these biases lead our personal behavior or group behavior. In the preparation of this talk, I looked at a very famous cap. Trump was right about everything. You know, this cap is worn by Trump since some months already. And this cap is a classical bias. So he is convinced to be on the right way. He is the one who is showing the way. So a classical bias in the psychological point of view, he has the right view, and from an organizational perspective, this bias is always coupled with the effect that the people who have this bias try to prevail their opinion in a hierarchical structure. That is what we see currently in the States, that this is unfortunately happening to the democracy in the USA. Another aspect, you can buy this cap for $10 bucks by eBay. So you have the group effect. People are proud to wear this cap, they buy this cap, and then they support this opinion. So the group effect is accelerating this prevailing, and also then has a critical scenario, of course, for structures. Biases are unconscious. We talk about radioactive material. Radioactive material we also cannot smell, we cannot feel, so we have to measure it, and also biases we have to measure, and we can measure, and this is something that Fabian Fritsch did. He built up a measurement to measure biases in the process, and herewith we are informed whether biases are in our struggling of the right site selection. And this is something where you can measure whether you have the biases in effect. Once you have measured them, you can use this information to support the Site Selection Act, because the Site Selection Act, for good reasons, had a science-based approach, has the questioning and learning approach. Why? Because we want to avoid two types of bad scenarios. One was Gorleben, a societal undesired event. The other was as a technically undesired event. So issues in our site selection process, it's not that we have already the technical facility working, but we have a process where these biases steer our thinking and our decision making, and therefore it's so important to be aware about these biases. So all our decision making, is it timely too early? Is it too late? How many years should we take to search what is properly? All these decision makings we are currently doing in our process, they are basically along with the biases. So we have to manage these biases, and in high reliability organizations that are very safety critical, of course, this phenomenon is not new. And we have a couple of processes and requirements to organizations to build a good safety management to overcome such psychological effects. The first one and oldest one is a safety management system. Safety management system is a very process-oriented approach in organizations to have clear processes, what to do and how to do it, clear responsibilities, who has to do it, and the idea of continuous improvement to further improve the system with the years of existence. So with the safety management approach, it was a starting point. You see it's a little bit of space in the slides still. We saw that that is not enough. Many accidents appeared, in particular also things like Boeing 737 MAX, because the organizations didn't line up their conflicts they have. So safety versus time, or costs versus safety, and these conflicts in an organization that need to be managed as well. And therefore, since a couple of years, we have the requirement of the so-called integrated management systems. Integrated management systems handle the goal conflicts across an organization. They prescribe resolving mechanisms, how to deal with these trades-off, how to invest in safety, how much to invest in other things. And also, they require from organizations a learning and safety culture to deal with safety issues. Nowadays, we talk about resilience. Resilience means that we, on top of goal conflicts within our organization, need to have a clear eye on the empowerment of the staff, because all these management processes that are required by safety management or by the integration needs to be performed by the staff. But we also have so-called multi-actor influences. So we don't see an organization as an isolated entity in the system, but as some entity that is in mutual dependency with other entities. And resilience has a long-term perspective on the resources. If you look at the way we regulate the systems nowadays, the safety management regulations are well established. From nuclear energy, for instance, the KTA 1402, For the integrated management systems, we have requirements from the IAEA, for instance. But for the resilience, we don't have prescribed procedures, but state-of-the-art is to deal in an organization according to resilience principles. What are these principles of resilience? So Wake and Sutcliffe put together the most important ingredients how we as humans should behave within organizations, and they have made up 5 factors that are important for a good, resilient culture in an organization. First one is a just culture, so not to hide errors, but to openly talk about errors. That no simplification. I like to talk from Mrs. Hurt before this talk. Do not be too simply thinking in your decision making. Be sensible to deviations. So is there something that is happening within the system that is maybe you have to deeper think of? Do you have the resources and flexibility, and do you use expertise? And the most central aspect is a mindfulness. What does mindfulness mean in terms of resilience? Let me take again the time as a safety factor. If I pick one of you and say, you are too late, will you be happy about my excusement? Probably not. Yeah? You will say, I'm not too late, I do my best, and so I pushed you with this sentence, you are too late. In the mindfulness of resilience, I would not say you are too late, I would say we are too late. That's an important decision to see the entire system and not only one person or one organization within the entire system that needs to be in a certain time management. Yeah, BGE put these resilience aspects into their management structure, and this is basically, from my perspective, a very nice and good idea to implement systematically resilience into project management, into the steering of an organization or a complex site selection process. And this process has basically 3 ingredients. First is a classical project management that you have also in every organization on the project level, that you have, of course, the steering, the line management of the project in the organization. But on the right side, you see in yellow a committee that is basically having different inputs from all over the place, from the project level, but also from outside the organization, and systematically collects information that is relevant for the safety issues that need to be managed in the project management. This is an organization, we have this also in other high reliability organizations. This is a level that is basically an independent overview that has to monitor the entire process and whether difficult aspects might occur or aspects need to be handled within the project management. So it's an advisory committee to the project management steering committee, basically. And this committee is working independently from the project management, so it has a right to interfere into the project and therefore also to overcome biases that might happen in the project management of the system. If you look at this system, it is basically a system that uses democratic principles instead of hierarchical organizations. So classically, organizations are organized in line management and hierarchical structures. These structures, example Trump, have the danger that the system is developing in the wrong direction, and therefore basically you have 3 different powers in this entire system: the legislative, the executive, and the judicative, that is then basically steering the entire process. So it's a democratic system behind that, and I think that's a very clever solution. My last point. So this was a point of BGE, how they solved the resilience aspects. But the aspect of resilience also has a concept that we call requisite variability. What does that mean? Requisite variability means that you have an interplay of organizations, and this interplay of organizations can also be seen as an overall system that needs to be managed. And Eric Hollnagel once developed the FRUM methodology, functional resonance theory, to model such things. If you look at the different actors within our site selection process, they are basically mutual dependent entities that work together to fulfill the site selection process. So it's not only BGE, BGE is doing the search process, but there are a couple of others who influence the search process within the overall system. And if you model the overall system with an actor modeling like this, then you basically see you do not have only one organization, you have to manage different actors in total to come to a good site selection process. Requisite variability means the weakest element determines the chain. So if one of these elements is breaking the rule of mindfulness, then you cannot ask other actors to be mindful, because basically this is something that is then determined by the behavior of the others. And that is in particular in the time discussion very sensible, and therefore I decided to make this point in this talk, because I saw that people are accusing other actors in the system, you have not been timely enough, you take too much time, or things like this. That is a very dangerous development according to the drift into failure, so we have to be very careful how to manage the time. 2 slides left. What is time? You talk with a safety person, so who is dealing with safety. The bars curve is a most prominent functional relation for time. And if you look at time in this sense, it's dealing with technical issues, but also organizational issues. You basically have two critical scenarios. One is a decreasing failure if you are too early, or the increasing failure rate if you are too late. So we need to find the optimum, but we need to find the optimum in the entire system of all actors. So we need to find the optimum, the constant failure rate between all actors. So if you take this idea of an entire system that needs to be managed across different actors, then we basically have 3 requirements as a conclusion out of this talk. First one is we need a multi-actor view on safety to prevent from biases, to mislead safety, to come to a good conclusion. We also need to have a fractal organization of safety, so the requisite variety claims that all organizations, actors should implement the site selection requirements as the transparency and questioning attitude and so on. And we need to monitor ourselves. So in the time discussion, we were in the drift into failure concept at some instances already at the 3rd stage of the Woods classification. We do not even have a site that we are discussing about. So if we are not very careful and mindful about the biases and monitor them, we have basically probably big psychological problems in the system. And these problems were mentioned as Wagenburg-Mentalität in the Commission report. And this Wagenburg-Mentalität would basically then be the failure scenario we all want to prevent. So therefore, thanks a lot for listening, and happy to discuss with you.
Thank you, Oliver, for your inspiring talk. Thank you. And we have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned the possibility of failure. How would you imagine a failure of the site selection process would look like?
I think we both will not experience that, but maybe our children. A failure is basically a definition after the math. But you can see whether you have scenarios or behaviors that are likely to develop into a failure. That's this proactive view that would implement it based on failures. Yeah. So the probability you run into a failure is increasing if you let biases go, for instance.
Perhaps one more question is possible. Okay, we have the coffee break afterwards, but the inspiring talk, one more question, perhaps. Hello, Claudio.
Can't you dream of building a system which is failure prone?
I think the Site Selection Act actually has best ingredients to do that, but we have to implement the requirements. Yeah.
Failures will be. We will not have a system without failures.
Yeah, but we can manage them. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, many thanks, Oliver. And coffee break, and we meet here at 11:55. 11:55, we have 5 minutes more for coffee break.
Yeah, thank you all for presenting very interesting presentations. Enjoy the break. We will meet after the break here again. Yeah, welcome back to the second part of our session on sustainability. Yeah, we are good on the time schedule, and I would like to introduce our next speaker. It's Madi Awada from Technical University of Berlin, and he will present us a work on cost minimizing location optimization for interim storage for high-level radioactive waste in Germany. So Madi, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, I'm Madi from the Technical University of Berlin, and for the next 15 minutes I'm going to be talking about the long-term financing of nuclear waste management here in Germany. And since time as a safety factor was a reoccurring theme in the past few days, I'm going to be also talking about the timelines, and yeah, let's dig in. So, I'm going to briefly introduce this topic and its context. As we see on the left side, and this has been discussed here in the past few days, Stand AG, Standort Auswahlgesetz, the Site Selection Act, which defined the site selection procedure here in Germany. In its last form in 2017, the site selection or the nomination of the site was set to 2031. And as we have heard in the past few days, that this goal is not going to be achieved. And the BGE, the Bundesgesellschaft für Endlagerung, the federal company for radioactive disposal, has announced in its report around 3 years ago a time frame. So we're moving away from the 2031 goal, and the time frame that was last proposed is between 2046 until 2068. So this was the motivation for me, Dr. Wemmers, and Christian von Hirschhausen. We wanted to assess which financial impacts could this have for the cost projections, since we're going to need to be letting nuclear waste sit in the 16 interim storage facilities in Germany for a longer time, and whether the fund, KENFO, would be able to cover all of these cost projections. Now, we have done this based on several of reports. For instance, a report by the ESK, Entsorgungskommission, the disposal committee, which has defined key milestones that would need to happen after the determination of the site selection procedure. And we have used a stochastic model, we'll come to that later, and a Monte Carlo simulation in order to approach this financial topic. Now, we still don't know when the actual conclusion of the nuclear waste management activities is going to happen, but we've heard this a few times in the past few days, but we're going to be looking at the next century. The next slide. It's not moving. Okay, now. All right, we tried to approach this research question using 3 scenarios. I'm going to be starting with the upper left, so the scenario 1. It's a direct representation of what the Site Selection Act says. And even though we know it's not going to be probable, we wanted to leave it there as a reference scenario, so that we can use it to know how late we're going to be and the cost projections are going to go into the future. Now, scenario 2 and scenario 3, you see the word bundle after that. We're going to come to that later, since it's a stochastic model and it contains 20 to 30 sub-scenarios for each year. Now, scenario 2 consists of scenario 1 plus the delayed site selection procedure based on the BGA report of 2022, which lists let's say some risks or events that could occur, and we're going to see that in the next slide. And scenario 3 is basically an idea that we had at TU Berlin, let's say motivated from another research institute, Transens. We wanted to determine what could happen if we would reduce the number of interim storage facilities from 16 to 3 consolidated interim storage facilities, if this would, let's say, have positive financial impacts or not. And it's also important to note that there's a good paper from Rothwell from 2022 that investigated the costs of consolidating high radioactive waste. Now to the data, we're jumping off to the upper right, your right side. The first data that we have used is an adapted cost projections from Grant Thornton. As you see, it's 10 years old, but even the report by itself is older than that. It touches on numbers from the late 90s of last century. The second main data was from the ASK, as I said earlier, which more or less says how long each milestone or project would need to take after determining the site selection procedure. And finally, a risk management report by the BGE, which we're going to see on the next slide. And two main assumptions for our model. We presume a 1.6 inflation rate, an average of 1.6 for the next 100 plus years. We can discuss that later. And a nuclear specific cost increase of 1.97%. Now, just a quick glance to a short part of the BGE of the report. So we have on the first column the measures, so some events that could happen in phase 1, 2, or 3. And in the two columns following the probability of occurrence of these events, so also represented in minimum or maximum, and if these events were to indeed take place, how much delay, so the time impact that we see in the last two columns, that's gonna occur. And after applying this using a Monte Carlo simulation with 300,000 iterations or realities, we have run it on the university's high performance cluster. We transformed the first scenario that you see in the bottom right into the second. And the blue bar that you see is the duration of the site selection process. And in red, the possible final disposal activities. So in scenario 1, we assume that the final, so the very last activity in the final disposal site is going to occur in 2080, whereas in the second scenario, and hence it's called a bundle, it could occur between 2092 up till 2120. And it's in the dotted square that you see there. And finally, the third scenario, we have applied the consolidated interim storage facility idea over there. And it's going to take longer time. And again, the motivation or the idea behind this is that we're going to let the fund run for longer time, so can it achieve longer yields and hence be able to cover the yearly cost projections. Now, we start with the left side to the time corridor. These are the main milestones that we're going to be experiencing in the few 100 to 150 years, starting by the phase 1, 2, and 3 of the site selection procedure and moving on. And very interestingly, this is the output of the Monte Carlo simulation, mainly for the second scenario. We see like a 2 normal distribution. We're going to talk about that later, why it's more concentrated on the left side around the year 2098 and more evenly distributed around the 21 and 10. Now, to the numbers. Okay. So we're starting this time from the right side. This figure, as we see in the y-axis, the return on invest needed by the funding body throughout the whole process, so that one, the cost projections in each year are covered. And second, let's say how Kenfo's portfolio is built is also being considered, so like what they plan for the next 5 to 10 years. And finally, that they break even at the very last year. And in the x-axis, we see different years. So each year by itself is a sub-scenario, meaning if all of the final disposal activities were to be concluded by one of the years that you could look at in the graph, then you'd see on the y-axis, so to say, how much return on invest at least should Kenfo generate yearly, so return on invest, so that they break even. Now we turned this question around. We said, okay, Kenfo has its own long-term return on invest. Maybe they should stay with it, but we would need, so to say, a minimum lump sum capital injection that we would need to insert or inject into this fund by the end of last year's. So it's not in 2025, it's by the end of 24, so last fiscal year. How much money would this be? And as we see, at best, if the conclusion of the final disposal site would be in 2093, we would need around 17 billion. Whereas if it would take longer, so the other side of the graph, it's gonna be around 30 billion. I see here 29 billion. Yeah. Another aspect that we try to take into consideration is the sensitivity analysis focusing on the inflation rate. So we assumed, as I said earlier, 1.6%, and we wanted to, let's say, investigate what would happen if it would be higher. And we have done this using a sensitivity analysis only for scenario 2 for now, for time reasons. So the base inflation rate we see in blue all the way the bottom. And then we have selected 3 different inflation rates to compare it to the base one. The one in red is 3.7%, and it represents the average inflation rate of the last 5 years. The one in green represents the average of the last 25 years, leaving the last 5 years outside, since it's been like the geopolitical reasons, the, let's say, Russian attack on Ukraine and different other factors. We tried to just leave it out to just explore which effects it would have. And finally, in yellow, the last 25 years. And what you see on the y-axis is the factor by which one would need to multiply the return on invest so that Kenfo breaks even at the end. And as we see, in the worst case, let's say, so in red, we would need to factor 1.8. So if we saw on the previous graph 5% or 8%, it's going to be almost the double of that, and so on for the different, let's say, inflation rates. Now, moving to the conclusions and a very brief outlook. First, the Site Selection Act and its procedure needs to be discussed, reviewed, and adapted based on the BGE, the ASKey reports, and even the new report by BASE. And moreover, we need to produce and create updated and actual and more exact, let's say, cost projections, since the one we rely on are outdated, and one can have a long discussion whether or not they would represent the actual costs of the final disposal, since there's no concept of it, so it's could be not exact. And finally, to debate the financing effects. So what's going to happen for the very long-term interim storage, or even maybe is a consolidated interim storage thoughtful? Could it be feasible? And maybe raise a question for the policymakers. Is a capital injection thoughtful, or should we wait and see? And for the next steps, we plan to apply the same method for different countries, like in the US and the UK, and also for STENFO in Switzerland. That would be all. These are the references, and thank you for your attention.
Marit, many thanks for your talk and for the time. It was a good, really good impression of the risk and the financing of nuclear waste disposal in future. And we have no time for questions. Is there?
Yeah, thank you for your talk. Jörg Jungersfeld from the Federal Ministry of Environment. Thank you. Could you elaborate your scenario 3? I don't understand why a consolidated interim storage would have such an effect on the timescale of the disposal.
So, great question. And on purpose, I left the scenario 3 for questions because I couldn't have time for this. By itself, the consolidating of radioactive waste wouldn't affect the, let's say, the site selection procedure, but we would be giving more time and space for policymakers to, or the BGE or other actors to, let's say, do their thing and let the fund generate waste. So it doesn't really have a direct effect to the site selection procedure, but it's just more of an investigation motivated by Rothwell's paper. How effective would it be to let the fund run for a longer time and gain funds so that the cost projections, let's say, or the yield would go up?
Vincent Brendler, Helmholtz-Zentrum Dresden-Rossendorf. I'm very pessimistic about your selection for the annual increase of the cost by 1.97%, which is also quite precise. I wonder about that, because from a layman perspective, I would say the database for such extrapolations should be restricted to cost developments only in Germany, because it's a German project, and it should be even more restricted to those large projects funded by the public sector. And that will really make the whole picture even worse, because if you look at all the large-scale investments in Germany from the public sector in the last decades, the annual increase was much, much higher. Did you consider that? I mean, you already announced that you would rework on that, but what prerequisites did you consider?
So we did have some debates whether or not we should stay by such a number. What we wanted to use is to stick with the number that was mentioned in the Grant Thornton's report, to use it also as a reference. And if you see not only the nuclear-specific cost increase, but also the inflation rate of 1.6, like it's also not the average that we had in the past 30 years. So we wanted to be very, let's say, optimistic regarding this cost increase in order to show even with these favorable variables, the return on invest that is needed is much higher than the one intended by the funding body.
Another question? No, thanks, Marit. Thank you for your talk and for your presentation. And now the floor is to Holger Seer. Holger Seer from the GRS, the German Society of Radio Protection, Radioactivity Protection. And Holger is a chief expert of the data management and knowledge management, and chief expert of AI in the site selection department of GRS. And Holger holds a PhD in radiochemistry from Karlsruhe. And Holger, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. So I'm going to talk a bit about innovative technologies that we are applying to knowledge management. And for those of you who are not so quite familiar with all these terms on which version of Python and Co we are using, don't run away, because I'm not going to talk about that. It's a bit more a high-level overview on what we are going to do, or what are we actually doing. The thing is, it's not just myself, and as Anselm already said in the introduction, there are a couple of expert groups we have at GRS that actually deal with this topic, and that's the expert group of knowledge management, which is led by Frank Dirschow, my colleague from Berlin, and I'm leading this geodata management and AI expert group. We also have some other colleagues, which names I state here, which are working on this whole topic. And in the upper right corner, you see a couple of pictures of all 4 locations where you can find GRS, which is a rather special thing on this topic, because usually topics like what we have here with the repositories are specific to 2 locations. It's Cologne and it's Braunschweig. But in this topic, all 4 locations work together. So what challenges do we have when we take knowledge management? The first thing is we need to capture the knowledge. So basically everybody works, everybody does something, but it needs to be kept, needs to be put into a report, saved somewhere. This is a challenge, and for the long-term preservation, I just put in 2 bullet points here. Of course, one could elaborate on much more of these, but of course, on the long term, it's like, where is this repository? What's inside? What's the risk of it? And all persons here probably know that this technology is rather complex, and of course one needs to understand this. But you can also put it down to a little bit shorter time, so to say, but I wrote here intergeneration knowledge transfer. So what's meant by this is, of course, we will have new workers coming in. We have people going, leaving, switching subjects, doing stuff. So this is like just a couple of years time frame where you also need to guarantee that the knowledge is continued, that it is known, and that this risk of losing the knowledge is minimized. And here we always talked about this interdisciplinarity, and I like this session in this morning too, because there not only were like the natural scientists that I myself as a geologist are, but also other scientists from other disciplines, and this interdisciplinary cooperation that was highlighted this morning too, which is a really interesting thing. And of course, if we talk about knowledge, it needs to be available when we need it. The last point I wanted to make is, of course, we already have a long term of the science going on, of locations, like look at Asse, look at Euratom. There you have a lot of data already, so this historic data and also the experiences need to be covered and need to be included in this solution. So do we need AI for the knowledge management? I mean, this is rather a buzzword, right? So AI is a broad thing, a broad umbrella under which all sorts of technologies are put together. And for us here, what I wanted to emphasize is on how to access the relevant information. I mean, as you see, there's a lot of topics like digital twins, we talked about that here, like adaptive learning environments. I tried to show you yesterday with our 3D goggles that something like that is possible. Risk minimization, surrogate models, data analysis, these all have their own methodologies of AI to use, but I want to emphasize on this generative AI, which is also a broad name for this thing. So with this, I wanted to bring you back 3 years. Does anybody remember what was on November in 2022? Does anybody remember? That was when OpenAI actually published ChatGPT, and on the internet there was the new thing, and now we don't need to do anything anymore. And it was a language model, that's why I wrote here LLM. And they just published a language model which you could access on their website. That was the first thing you could do there. And so let's do this thinking, what should we do? Why don't we just take everything that we already have? I mean, I mentioned that we have a lot of data, just put that in a language model. And then we might get some data-driven answer. So it's basically a statistic that this language model answers you. And the main problem here is that you get these hallucinations, you get the inconsistencies, and then there is a new report which wasn't in the training data and stuff like that. So you always get problems there. And just as a short reminder, for us, we always strive for transparency, traceability, and reliable information. I mean, those are mentioned in the law, those are mentioned in the policies, and this is the day-to-day basis of what we do. And with this approach, you don't get that. Because, as I said, the answer is statistically, and you can't really be sure on that you get the correct answer. So, if you put that a bit in a different way, so this is this retrieval augmented generation. That's a technique that all of you who use chatbots nowadays actually use in the background. So basically, you ask a question to a smart system, and this smart system does a search in some way. For us, it would be the knowledge pool. I will come to that in the next slide. But if you use a chatbot nowadays, it would be a web search. Basically, that's what they do. The search could be a vector search, a graph search, metadata, a lot of things, you know. And you get an answer back. And from this answer, the language model just gives you this nice text that you have. And this is a knowledge-based answer. So basically, the language model only gives you what was retrieved from the knowledge pool. And with that, we can guarantee that the answer that we get is reliable, is traceable, because we can see what's coming back from the database. Yeah? And nowadays also, if you use the chatbots, you always will get the resource. So always will get the first 4 or 5 references on what the chatbot found. So this is basically this, the setup, how you would set this up. And in the next couple of minutes, I wanted to talk about the knowledge pool, because that's what we are currently working on. And, what I forgot? Yeah, is, of course, the knowledge pool, you can curate your knowledge pool. I mean, this is the knowledge cycle here. If it would be that we get an update of data, we could also take it out from the knowledge pool, and then the answer stays correct. And if there's something new coming up, we add it to the knowledge pool, and then it's available in the whole system. And also, one point I wanted to make here is, if there's a new language model, like this one here, and I don't know, next week there's this new fancy thing that's published in, I don't know, somewhere, we could use that, because we didn't train it. It's just a method in the whole system. So that's a bit an advantage. So let's go to the knowledge pool. So those of you who studied semantic web a bit may find this familiar. What we have is we have several layers. So this access layer basically provides the technical access and the transport of the information between the system that access is. So that's why it's all around, and you can access all these different layers that we have here. So in the bottom, you see this content layer, and there basically everything that we have nowadays is located. And it doesn't mean that we need to put it in there again. So it doesn't mean like nowadays that it's located somewhere else, that we need to copy it there. Basically, the idea behind it is that we get the information where it is located, we get the content of it, and we can use the old things that we have, that each company has, that everybody uses. But on top of that is a metadata layer. This is something probably all of you know. Then you need to have the authors, you have to need the titles, the dates, and stuff like that. This can be added manually, but it also can be added via methods like also language models. You can extract those metadata and put it in this metadata layer. So this is basically information that we already have, or then we can extract from the content underneath. What's rather new here is in the uppermost layer, the semantic layer. Here we are talking about knowledge graphs. And as you see here, those are dots and they have lines in between. I mean, this is a rather simplification. But as most of you probably are aware of, this graph technology is something that revolutionized social networks. So Facebook and Google and everybody uses those graph things, the knowledge graphs. And our current focus is on how to get all this metadata and content into a knowledge graph. And the interesting thing here is that it's not just one knowledge graph, but each discipline, each person might have a different view on data, might have a different type of knowledge graph that is done with their own ideas, their own informations. And as I said, our current work is on extracting this, and what we do here is use ontologies. I will have it on my next slide too, because an ontology gives you a perspective on your topic. That could be as a geologist, that could be as a physicist, as a chemist, social scientist. So this means even if we have the same basis, even if we have the same documents, the same information, the knowledge graph and the information that we seek might be different. So that's why there are also a couple of more knowledge graphs there. It's not just one. It can be one, but it doesn't need to be one. And just to give you a bit of an outlook, so these knowledge graphs, as I mentioned, these ontologies already, also the entity extraction, this is something related to how you actually use the data. You chunk it, you split it into shorter parts and stuff like that. And the important thing is, this approach is not just the approach on itself, so you can use it for a lot of things. You can use it for competence databases. You can use it to trace regulatory changes, decisions, and a set of essential records. That was the examples that I have here. And if you have visited me yesterday at my poster, at our KISS poster, this trace of regulatory decisions, that's something we are currently working on, and also the set of essential records, that's something we also work on. Yeah, that was a bit a higher level overview of what we are doing. If you're interested in the technology and what we are doing, here are our contact information, myself and Frank Dierschows, who's our knowledge manager. And with that, I conclude. Thank you for listening, and I'm open for questions.
Holger, thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for the variety of the usefulness of AI in our sector. And now is the time for questions. One or two or more questions. Hello.
Hello again. I have a question. From what I understood, you would like to make a local knowledge pool from which you would have access to, and try to avoid those limitations of the larger language models. But what makes it a large language model then? If you put that many constraints on that, would it be then just a database with a sophisticated access level?
Yeah, thanks, Anna, for that interesting question. So basically, the language model is up here, but what we are talking about is in here. So if we talk about a broad distribution of these databases, you know, worldwide or in different organizations, of course, that's just a technical way of having, let's say, you know, the information is moved, and you could have like one access, but the information is retrieved from several databases located somewhere else. But it's a retrieval problem. It's not a how does the LLM gives me the correct text problem. You know, and I know that there are technologies, you know, that there are companies having databases worldwide distributed, and they manage it, like Google, as an example, you know. So I guess it would be in here where you would define, you know, this things and have the knowledge or the knowledge graph. You could have it in 2 different databases. Yeah, why not?
And just a small follow-up question. Will it prevent the system from hallucinations?
You
have now.
Yeah, the thing is, you won't get the language model to completely stop that. But the difference between the photo before is that you give the language model something to work with, like what you would prompt in a chatbot. And that's different to, let's just think about what you think on this, you know, like the answer that this system gives is on what I give them. You know, this is basically on the retrieved information, and it's not what's embedded inside the language model. So the language model is only used to do what it's best, it's to produce language, you know. So basically all the information that is retrieved, it works on it, does its magic, and gives you the context. And of course you get the sources, and you can look in the source yourself and see, okay, what is the answer?
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for taking this important issue up. Of course, the knowledge pool and the data that are getting into it, it's a question of quality and expert judgment of relevance. So how do you progress to develop this, thinking or taking into consideration in this field of very different programs? So a solution or a knowledge that is true for one of the programs, of radioactive waste programs, could be absolutely not suitable for another program. So how are you approaching to such issues? I think it's a big challenge, I think. And using AI is always a very powerful tool, whatever you create, I think. Okay.
Yeah, so let's say that way. I answered part of this question before when I said there are different knowledge pools to all these things. So basically underlying is the same. That, you know, that's what you said, like, okay, this one has that report, this one has that report or data or whatever. But the thing is what I do with the extraction. You know, it could be that in my point of view I need this, and the others are completely skipped. And the other ones, they say, no, we need this, and it's skipped there. You know, my publications are skipped there. So we need all the information available, you know, also for search and stuff like that. But of course, you can skip it. I mean, this is possible. And if you ask me if I would trust AI to do that, I don't think so. So this is still our expert judgment. This is still where we need the expert to say, like, okay, in the question of, I don't know, X, we need this and that, and in the question of Y, we need that and that. So you can't trust their AI to categorize it correctly. It still needs to be the expert.
Yes, thank you, and that's a good conclusion. We are not überflüssig.
We won't be abandoned by AI yet.
Yes. Thank you for your inspiring talk. And now I have the pleasure to introduce one of my colleagues from BGE, and Panja Volker. She is a geologist, and she is a senior expert of knowledge management in the BGE knowledge management department. And I'm happy to have you here with us. And Panja, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anselm, for this warm welcome. And I also would like to thank BASE for this opportunity to be here on this conference, and especially for all the people behind the scenes who made this possible. Really great job. Before I'm starting with the presentation, lessons learned as one of the key aspects of intergenerational knowledge management at BGE, I would like to present shortly my colleague Andrea Färber, who's sitting there. She actually is the lead of the, she's actually the lead of the lessons learned. And also we're working very closely together with the GRS. So Frank Dierschow also always supports us with some incomes. So, yeah, great, it works. So first, I would like to give you a short insight about the challenges, especially the generational challenge, which we are focusing on, and also a very short setting of the knowledge management we are dealing with, before we really dive in a little bit deeper into the lessons learned. So, yeah, this is a bit out. So first of all, we have to look to the challenges. So we have almost 2,500 employees at BGE, but these employees are distributed over 7 locations. So this is also a challenge for communication. But as you all know, we are facing up generational turnover the next years. And this will mean for BGE that in the next 10 years, we have round about half of today's employees leaving. So this is a big knowledge drain, which we are focusing on. And therefore, the challenge really is to implement knowledge transfer as part of the corporate culture. Because if we're not doing this, we cannot compensate this loss of knowledge. So on the right-hand side, we have some very valuable references from the IAEA, and I want to take you a little bit into the organizational culture who supports knowledge management. So you see there are some elements, and first of all, the first one, guideline and strategy, I think is the most important one, because in lots of projects nowadays, these are missing. Of course, you have the document management, personal development, and external cooperation, which plays a key role. But for the lessons learned, I would like to dive a little bit deeper in the HR management and knowledge management processes, IT-based solutions, capturing hidden knowledge, and knowledge management culture. So to foster a better corporate culture, we have implemented some tools at BGE. As you know, knowledge management involves the synergy between people, technology, and processes. The people contribute their expertise and their knowledge. Technology we need to store and organize this information in form from databases or intranets, for example. And the processes ensure that the right information will flow to where it's needed and when it's needed. So the synergy between these is really crucial. Pardon. But in the end, it's always the human being who really drives all, let's say it like that. So at BGE, we have implemented some things, as you can see here, for example. We have our communities of practice, because we are divided in at 7 locations. We're calling them in, and these are people sitting on different sites, but dealing with the same issue. And then they can really come together and also talk about their lessons learned. So it's quite often not, but it happens that on one side they're dealing with the same problem and the other side has had a solution for this. So at these communities of practice, they really have the chance of this interchange. Then we have our knowledge maps, which for us it's some sort of used for almost everything. We're using them for onboarding, but also really to dive deep into scientific issues, to get their information, to distribute it. Then we have our knowledge cafe, which is a quite nice format. It's like some sort of a lunch and learn, half an hour, who brings together the people on a very cafe-like level. The intelligent search engine distributes all the information, so this is quite nice because there you really find easily all the information which we have there. And also for the future, we are looking perhaps to work there a little bit with a chatbot, but that's for the future. And last but not least, the lessons learned, which are a very important part to develop really this lessons learned culture at BGE, because long-time skills involved in waste disposal required robust management systems, including mechanisms for learning from past experiences. And especially in this context with the generational turnover, it's important to come up with a culture of lessons learned or best practices, let's say it like that. Also, we have the legal wrap up there with the KTA 4002, the ISO 9001, and other things. So it's not just a nice to have, it's really to make or to think about it and to implement something which people will accept, an easy access to it, how to do it, and not a big thing to do it. So what we are trying to say with that is repeat success, avoid mistakes. I think that's the essential benefit of lessons learned. And at the end, this means for our industry to maintain safety and efficiency. So a really big part. So how did we do it? First of all, as I mentioned before, strategy is the key word. First, think what it's really, what's a theoretical approach. and to analyze and understand what is needed and how it's needed. Then, of course, practical steps must be taken to integrate sustainable knowledge culture into everyday's working life. So if the people, and we are knowledge managers always talking about people, if we don't get them in the boat and we have problems really to implement this. So we really try to foster the exchange and collaboration between generations. So now I will give you a short glance at how we thought about it. And I must say also, we have had a pilot project over the last 2 years with these lessons learned, because we found out that lessons learned were done everywhere, but always in different manners. So some people were just talking about it in meetings, others they are having Excel sheets, others are doing it with Word documents. So we really wanted to come up with something which is in the same way for everybody in BGE. So we are now implementing this into BGE. We have said, okay, we want to have a very low-level access to it. So we created a little form sheet, let's say it like that. So people, when you experience something in your daily work, you can just pull out this sheet and just write it down, and then when you have a milestone or when you end your project and you're supposed to do a lessons learned workshop then at BGE, it's easier to pull out all these sheets and really to come to a good conclusion. Also we found out, like, the other thing is the workshops, which are very important, because this gives you like a saved area really to interchange with people, and it's another level. We have created clear guidance for these workshops, so also like something for the people, help for doing it themselves, it's all there that people can start with this. So our claim is minimal effort and maximum benefit. That means that use the resources wisely. And as I mentioned before, we with these guidelines and guidance and all that stuff, we really want to help the teams for self-help, so that it's really easy to do and to manage to do. The lessons learned afterwards are taken by the knowledge management department, and you will see in a short time how we deal with them. But we see that it's very important also when you start a project to look at them. And that's our goal, where we really want to get, because the wise learn from mistakes others, but how do they learn about them? And that was just the setting we had at BGE, that everybody was doing something, but the other group or at the other location, people didn't know of these valuable information. So that was the reason why we really did this structured approach, and really to have this company-wide, cross-departmental spread out, so that everybody really has benefit from it. And now comes what I like most in this presentation, because it's often that something, a lessons learned for yourself, doesn't have to be a lessons learned for somebody else. So we said, okay, it's very important once when you have these lessons learned and you want to make them available for the others, to first have a look if it's really of benefit for other teams or other areas, departments. So we have a little criteria catalog there, which is on this side, where we can see, okay, the project insights, are they really interested for users outside of this team? So, and then really to do the outcome in a structured way, we thought about microarticles, which could suit us very well. So microarticles, we're talking about like a very compressed DIN-A4 sheet, where you can see like here's some basic information which you have on, so headline, what's the topic, story, what experiences, on basics coming from insights, and the thing is that we, from the knowledge management, will take this and will categorize it so that then afterwards it's very easy to find via this intelligent search engine. When you have, for example, a kickoff, you can just look for your field which of interest, and you can see, okay, this was lessons learned or best practices from other areas which I can take over and take with me. So, yeah, saying that we really think that we're dealing with people, and knowledge management is all about people and taking them with you and motivate them really to be there. And we would like to leave you with the quote that knowledge is our most important safety system. Thank you.
Thank you, Panja, for this detailed insight on BGE's activities regarding knowledge management and its challenges. So if you have any questions, now's the time. I think we have got time for 1 or 2 questions. Please, go ahead. Don't be shy.
Stefan Hotze from the department, from BASE, from the Department on Research and Long-Term Documentation. You were focusing on this lessons learned project. Thank you very much for this presentation. And for lessons learned, of course, it's not only an error culture is not the only issue, but also you have to notice, of course, the errors. I mean, if you have a procedure how to handle them, that's one thing, but you have to notice them. And in one of the presentations before, we had these types of unknown unknowns. That's kind of the blind spots. And to find blind spots is sometimes helpful if somebody from the outside looks on it. Because within teams, you know, you might have a fantastic error culture within teams and open atmosphere and everything, but you just might not see issues. And I think to look from the outside means within an organization just to have somebody from another division, for example, or from another department looking at it. So I wonder, do you have any kind of procedure to have a cross-department exchange on these issues?
Yeah, thank you, Stefan, for that question. Well, as I mentioned before, we have this community of practice where you have these overall or this connection to have an insight from other areas. As well, we have, I forgot to say that, we have another project because so many people, knowledge holders, are leaving us, and we're doing interviews with them. So we're also trying to try to keep that knowledge from that people in BGE by these interviews. And of course, there you also have a lot of lessons learned, best practice, which also go into these micro articles. So that's the way how we try to bring people together, and that was the reason with the communities of practice, with the knowledge cafe. So really to bring people together and have the insights, as you said, from outside.
Clemens Walter, University Hanover. Thank you for that nice talk. And you spoke of intergeneration. So how are your plans for recruiting the next generation 2030 in generating experts and getting educated so that you have a pool of selecting future members of BGE from?
Yeah, well, BGE is quite on different, how do you say that, conference or recruiting conferences and things like that, but also we have seen that it's very important to work with students closely together. So we have working students a lot, and this really is also trying really to bring young people into the BGE.
Okay, thank you again, Anja. We are still in time, and at this point, many thanks to all the speakers for keeping the time and keeping the pace. Thank you again, Anja. And our next speaker is Christian Melzer from Alta HTV, located in Bensheim. And he will present us a base research project. It's called Lab is Digital, and it's on the long-term durability of digital storage media. So feel free to start.
Well, thanks a lot for the nice and kind introduction. Someone has to be the last, and that's me. Lab is Digital, that's a research project. We at HTV, we are a contractor from the base. And the topic is that we evaluate and want to optimize the long-term durability of digital storage media. This project is running already since the end of 2023. And I'm happy to be here and bring you the first results on the plate that you can see what comes out from our project. But before I start with this one, let me briefly introduce our small company to you. You will see it's not so small. We are a part of a group. We are HTV. HTV is a mid-sized company which provides services on electronics. Electronics means wafers, dies, components, up to assemblies, and we are about 150 persons, so we are situated in Bensheim, near Darmstadt, here in Germany. What are we supporting? We are supporting tests, electronic tests, but also some workups of electronic components, like for instance, component processing. We do retaining of components. We do component programming. We do material analysis on these components, so also quality analysis of the components. And we do long-term conservation and storage of these components up to 50 years. So if the process of electronic development is long, we can provide the electronics for the entire production chain. And one thing we do as well is some contract research, and this is what we do for the base in this case. We are part of the Alta Group. Alta Group is busy with high rail systems and of the business unit Digital and Semiconductors of the TÜV Nord Group, of the 6 business units of the TÜV Nord, where services are provided on the essential technologies for the digital world. Our business unit has about 12 locations worldwide. Most of them are in Europe, so we are quite international. 38 years we have experience in the market. And with our 655 employees and 8,000 square meter lab space, we could at 2023 generate 150 million euros revenue. Well, in HTV, we do contract research, and one research is the Lab is Digital, where we are looking at want to evaluate and assess the long-term stability of digital storage media, or better say, on digital data. This we do, as I said, for base, and since base needs to store data and documents from interim storage to final disposal, having in mind that the data needs somehow to survive 500 years of a closure of the initial repository, one immediately might ask the question, when we want to store this as digital data, what's about the digital storage media, actually? How long last they? Well, this is a question we wanted to answer in this research project. So I skipped one page simply to time. So in our project, we are assessing, in principle, the digital data. In dependency on a digital storage media, so we write data on a storage media, then we stress the storage media with different external stress factors, for instance, elevated temperatures, mechanical stress, and so on. And then cyclically, we read out the data again and try to retrieve the knowledge, the documents we put on this data storage media. And we also monitor the quantity of errors we read. This is a kind of measure we do to judge the quality of the storage media. By cyclic stressing, it may appear that the storage media will die, so we have full data loss. And if this happens, then we extract the storage media out of the sequence and we bring it to an analytical investigation to find out what might possibly be the origin of the loss of data. Okay, in Labis Digital we have, in principle, 3 standard digital storages we investigate. Of course, they are always packed with files. So this is a DVD-R, a hard drive, and an SSD. But we also look at storage media which are supposed to be long-lasting storage media. This is a millennial disk, microfilm, and a nanofish. And on these storage medias, we write a potpourri of data. The compendium goes from binary files, text files, graphical files, MP3s, also presentations, a zip file, up to executables. And we try to retrieve these files again after the cyclic stress. Okay. These samples we then bring under specific external stress conditions. The first stress condition is an elevated temperature in a climate chamber. We also put them at elevated humidity at 85 relative humidity. Also in a climate chamber, we make shock oven, thermal shocks from -30 to 60 degrees in a shock oven. And we simply throw them in the salt water and see what happens if they come out of this saltwater bin. We also irradiate them with gamma radiations up to 30 kilorad, and we perform mechanical stress. Since at the moment we have simply from the load due to high temperature and elevated humidity and salt water reliable data, the others are still running or just pending, I will focus in the moment on this stress scenario. Good, let's look at the first storage media, the DVD-R. You see here the reliable file, the quantity of the reliable files versus the cycle. And you see that we start with cycling after 6 days, 12 days, 24 days with a readout. And thereafter we measure monthly the integrity of the data. And what you see in the lower part of the graph is that you have the standard deviation versus the cycles, and this is standard deviation which comes from the averaging over several samples, and the quantity of the samples you can find on the top of this transparency in the left corner. Well, the DVD seems to suffer from high temperature. Already after 3 months, none of the DVDs could be read out anymore. So we have full loss of the data. Also, the DVD is very sensitive to humidity and salt water. You also see that there we have a full loss. So at 11 months, where we are right now, we have, in principle, no DVD which we can read out anymore. We were investigating the DVD with high temperature load with an optical microscopy, and it turned out that we have a lot of scatter centers all over the DVD. And of course, scatter centers will impede the readout, and we cannot retrieve the data any longer. At the moment, we are also investigating the salt water and humidity-loaded samples, and there the picture is a bit different. We see there mainly delamination of the internal layers of the DVD. Looking at the hard drive suffers very much from salt water, and of course, as you see, from humidity, but less from high temperature. And if we look at the reason for the dying of the hard drive, it is quite an interesting reason. We opened the hard drive, and you see that there is quite a huge amount of white deposit inside the hard drive. You may say, well, it's salt water. What do you expect? It would be salt. But it is not salt. It turned out that it's aluminum hydroxide. We did some EDX measurements on the samples, on this powder. It turned out that this is an aluminum compound. Well, while the housing itself is not out of aluminum, we made cross-sectional analysis of the platter of the hard drive, and it turns out that this is an aluminum alloy. So we believe that the salt water generates out of the aluminum platter this aluminum hydroxide, which would also explain the high quantity we find in the housing of this hard drive, in such extent that already the mechanical function of a hard drive was fully stopped. Investigation on the humidity suffered hard drive are still going on. Well, looking at the SSD, we also see in the SSD the salt is not good. Other loads are less important, and when you compare now the appearance of the SSD before load and after load, you clearly see that it's fully corroded. So the PCB is corroded not only in the areas of conducting paths or solder joints, but also the components are fully corroded in such extent that they lost already mechanical integrity. Well, one of the storage medias we are investigating, which is supposed to be a long-lasting storage media, is the millennial disk. The producer claims that the rock-like data layer is the origin of this high durability of this disk. And indeed, we can see that high temperature suffers or does not impede much the quality of the data on the disk. But when we look at the humidity and the saltwater impact, it's dramatic. So what we see there is that we have already, after 12 days, a full loss of data, which means it's hardly usable in this sense. We were also investigating the M-disk after failure with optical microscopy, and again by dark field microscopy we see appearance of huge clusters of scatter centers, which are everywhere on the disk, also where no data layer is. And we see that the clusters have a higher density at the edges of the disks. So we believe that water penetrates from the sides into the disk and then starts to degrade one of the layers inside, which not necessarily is the rock-like layer. Microfilm and nanofish are usually used as analog storages. So to use them as digital storage, we used an open source tool, which is called Paperback, to produce or to code the digital information into a matrix form. And we then wrote the matrix form on the nanofish and on the microfilm. So our 8 digital files we wrote on the microfilm, which is a 35 millimeter with 30 meter long roll. We needed to write 366 digital pages from the paperback format. This reduces, of course, very much the density of information on the microfilm. Due to the low quantity of files. We do not compare anymore readable files with each other, but now readable bytes. What you see is that the microfilm is rather resilient. So it shows rather good stability, except for the high humidity. Well, we will investigate, once we have full data loss, the reason for that. But we, at the moment, can see that already during the readout, we have a lot of mechanical stress on the surface of the microfilm, and the data layer experiences a deformation. So it can happen in a roughness, it can happen a shearing on the humid surface of the data layer, and therefore a deformation of this kind of pages. And this will result, for instance, in a problem with the detection of the grid of the matrix. And then we will lose the data. Good. The last sample we were looking at, or the last type of digital storage media, is a nanofish. The nanofish is also a media which is actually supposed to be an analog media. It's a full nickel plate, and all information is put by the nanofish producer while lithography on top of this plate. So it's also the information is out of nickel. And nickel is supposed to be very resilient, and therefore people believe that this nanofish lasts forever. It is also already used in several long storage projects, like the ARC Lunar Library, for instance, or the memory disk project. There they use this kind of nanofish, but as analog data storage. And we wanted to use it again as digital data storage, so we do the same as with the microfilm. We convert these 3 digital files into paperback format. With the matrix form, we have 243 digital pages to read. We see that this nanofish is rather resilient, except for the salt water impact. There again, after 12 days, we have a huge loss of data. And we were wondering why that happens. We're looking with the microscope and the SEM-ADX on the surface, and it turned out that we found decorated on the data surface of the nanofish a lot of these small flakes out of aluminum hydroxide. So we believe that we have a cross-contamination of the hard drive, which produces this as byproduct of the degradation, and then decorates the information we have. We cannot read it out anymore. One interesting topic is still the nanofish which was covered with glass in a glass cocoon. This showed extraordinary resilience. So there we had really, until now, readable bytes quantities in the order of 99.9 and larger %. And it comes from the fact of protecting, of course, the data layer, but also putting the focus plane of the data layer away from the surface of the sample, which means that all dirt, which is there, scratches, are invisible during the microscopy, during the readout of the data, and you can retrieve the information. Well, that brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope I showed you that water and salt water is not good. Humidity is not good. It's worse than high temperature, at least to the temperatures where we went. Yeah, of course, when you go to higher and you have a plastic substrate, this might suffer much more in temperature. I showed you that microfilm, nanofish, and SSD are most humidity resilient. The microfilm is, at the moment at least, the most salt water resilient. We will see how this will develop. The M-disk, the microfilm, and the nanofish, so the high reliable samples, are most temperature resilient. And of course, you should avoid somehow cross-contamination. This is maybe something we have to think about when we design our experiments. But from time to time, you will store also uncontrolled in an uncontrolled way. And this may happen that you then have aluminum hydroxide flakes on your information you want to read out. So this you have to circumvent somehow. Well, that brings me to the end of my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention and open for questions.
For your presentation and the very interesting results, I think. So, Are there any questions? We have to keep the time because the closing panel will start. And yeah, there's.
Hi. Hopefully a quick question.
Yes.
On some of your graphs, the percentage of readable files decreased and then increased again. How could that happen?
I mean, what we saw already that sometimes we have a healing of the samples. That can happen. So if you have, for instance, a loss of data due to smear out or a particle, which is teased on the surface, you put it somewhere in the climate chamber, put it out again, the particle is away. It survived then the reading. So this is a statistical error which we cannot handle in a sense, so we have to live with this because it's simply due to the fact that we move the samples from one place to the other. It's a statistics.
Okay, just one question only now.
Might it be that the picture you painted is not that dark because when we look at the cross combinations, the information is still there. It's just hidden under an additional layer. So if we find the nice solvent which is taking away the coverage but not destroying the information layer, then we can recover that, and that would also be improving the situation, I guess. Yeah.
So
Have you
this
tried it so far?
Not what we are investigating at the moment, but we already did experiments on this to clean the systems. But we still run the sequence, and after the end of the sequence, we take the sample out, we investigate the error, and thereafter, when we know what happened, we go to the cleaning process. This is what we plan, yeah.
Okay, thank you again, Christian, for your presentation. Okay, now we are at the end of our session. We would like to thank all the presenters for the great presentations, that's great presentations, and for keeping the time again. So maybe and thanks again for the audience for questioning, for attendance, and yeah, we come to the end. So, any famous last words?
It was so inspiring.
Yeah, it was enjoyable. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Hello again. This is difficult for me because I have to say goodbye to you, hoping that you had 3 very interesting days all around our slogan this year, our title, Time as a Safety Factor. I do hope that you found some answers to your questions. I hope you did inspire others when it came to these questions or other questions of research or investigation or collaborations or whatever you're planning to do. We do hope, and you're going to see the whole organizing team in a moment, that you enjoyed these 3 days, that you were comfortable, that you were happy, that you were safe in these 3 days, and that you will come back in 2 years, because we've already got the confirmation that in 2027 we will continue with safeND. This will be safeND number 4. I think we'll have a slide as well. Maybe we can show it to you. These are the days that if you already have a calendar for 2027, feel free to put it in, write it down, make a reservation. Think of us. We will let you know, of course, about the new schedules, the program, and whatever it will take. I have now the honor to call again Carlo Dietl on stage, because he wants to introduce you to all the possibilities where you can upload whatever you wanted to have seen, contributed, or read by others. How we're going to do it?
So, good almost afternoon, and I originally want to show the homepage of our wonderful organizer Copernicus again, how it works, but access was denied, so the fire was apparently quite active. But to make your abstracts more valuable, you still have the opportunity until 19th of October, to upload, in addition to your abstracts, your slides, your posters, whatever you want, as supplements. Simply go to the place where you uploaded your abstracts, with your Copernicus ID, of course, and then you have the opportunity to upload supplement material there. So I will also send a separate email with some instructions, but keep it in mind, if you are so inclined, we would be very happy to have that. And this is then our abstract volume, which will stay there, yes, not for eternity, but at least for the next 10, 20, 30 years, I guess. So, okay, thank you.
Stay here, stay here. Once again, thank you for coming. You were wonderful guests, and please accept and take with you a lunch bag for your trip home, or if you're going to stay here in Berlin, you're going to witness the marathon. Don't get mixed up if you end up in a queue of runners. Take care. They are quite fast. And tomorrow, I think Saturday, is already the inline skater competition. So pay a little attention. It's not that easy. Once again, thank you for coming. And if I may say so as a moderator, there are always 2 challenges for a moderator. One is the Karteikarten, the little cardboard boxes you might have seen. Either they are somehow lost and then you are lost, or you have a very difficult audience to cope with. Happens sometime. Both were not the case, but I noted that I should take a big cardboard this time. This is what I wanted to show you. I hope you can see it. It's my way of saying thank you. Kommt ihr alle rauf? Now, for the final picture, please, this is our organizing team. Please give them another warm applause. They have well deserved it. Passt, oder?
Anna, wir müssen mehr zusammen.
Geht ihr mal zusammen. Sehr gut. Ja. Thanks for coming.
Thank you all. See you in 2 years.
Yeah.